What up, Simon? I already forgot what I was doing. I already forgot the strat. Howdy, Misa. Yo, Chris. How's it going? How's life? Yo, Virginia. Yo, Teufel. Illegal stream. Yeah, I knew I waited a little too long there. That's why he walked into a position where he wasn't getting hit by all those. The new strat is to kill the Dodongo on the way up by waiting at the beginning, like so. Your life is gaming. Alright, see ya. No, we were watching this the other day, a couple days ago when I was streaming, but I actually wanted to watch this. This is gonna be really good content. I watched the first like minute of this video, and the guy was like, someone recommended this as like a interesting game design theory or whatever, but like interesting talk on game design. But I watched the first minute of the video, and the guy's like, what do I define as a game? He starts off by defining what a game is, and his definition of game excludes everything except for his own game that he made. Like, okay, I don't know. You'll see. We'll watch in a second. Did you miss the world record? You did not. I have been in the lab fixing Dodongo Grotto for about 3 weeks. That's a little bit of an exaggeration, but not much. Well, I was also gone for a couple weeks out of town. Game sign. Game sign. There's a funny joke there about gang signs or something. I don't know. If I said hi to everybody, do I expect a run today? Yes, I do actually. I think this strat is consistent, or it's at least way more consistent than it was before. Because I've done it quite a few times and haven't had it fail. But maybe I've just been getting really lucky. I don't know, but I'm pretty sure the strat just works. Howdy, Brack. Yeah. No, it's not faster. I came up with a strat for the Dodongo Grotto that is faster than what I was doing before, but it's totally RNG dependent. Like, if you go for it and you get unlucky, you lose like 20 seconds or something. It's terrible. So that is not worth it, and the original strat is not worth it because it's also inconsistent. But this consistent strat, it only loses however much time you're waiting at the beginning, pretty much. I mean, you're also waiting a tiny bit. I wait like 1 frame in between each chew hover to make sure that I actually damage him. But then, you know, I'm pulling the bomb immediately and everything. So it's really just however long he takes to start walking toward you at the beginning. That's how much time this strat loses versus like the original strat, which can be anywhere between like 0 and, I don't know, like 3 seconds. It's pretty worth, I would say. Pretty worth. Like, that's pretty much worst case scenario, I feel like. I don't know. For all I know, it can be forever, but... I'm still not used to targeting during the ISG, which is what you have to do for this trick. Like, in between your B press for ISG and your A press for ISG. Oh, that's really bad. Yeah, this is why you need to time those hovers a little bit better. I guess I also timed the target pretty late that previous attempt. So if that happens, you just have to drop a bomb and wait, unfortunately. And actually, oh, I was too busy saying that that was probably going to be too early for that mega flip bomb pull, because you do have to wait a tiny amount of time. But normally, like, you're hovering, and so you have to wait anyways. I don't know, it's hard to explain. Failing the tap left it causes so many buffers. Makes it so I have to buffer a billion times. I shouldn't pull the bomb quite that early, I guess. Or I should just slow down the chew rhythm a little bit more to be safe. And to make... Oh, I didn't react fast enough because he moved really early. Let's see if this still works. No, he's way the fuck over there. This is doomed. Oh, wait. Oh, I thought he would hit me. I wonder if I can just go. No, I think he's gonna... I need to stop talking. I'm curious if that would have worked, but I'm pretty sure he would have breathed fire on me right after I fell down and clipped out of bounds. But yeah, it's all because I was late on the initial thing. Based on RNG, the Dodongo might be closer when you come down. When I come down. The Dodongo is supposed to be dead. With this strat, the Dodongo is supposed to be dead before I do the Mega Flip, or like when I'm doing the Mega Flip. If you mean when you come down, like right here, when I'm coming down toward, you know. Yeah, like coming toward him, yeah. Yeah, he should be closer so that my explosions are all damaging him. Damn. So yeah, that's kind of the worst case, is like something's a bit off and he gets out of range of your explosions and you have to do like one bomb. From the testing I've done, that's the worst thing that can happen if you... I wonder if I should... So I could have done an extra hover and avoided that getting hit there, but I was trying to see if I could... I guess one thing I can do here is that might help is do tap backflips. Okay, I waited too long at the beginning again. You have. Not used to doing the mega flip. Not being able to see the bomb for the first. Well, that would change my position. That would add extra precision to the trick, right? Like, also it would just be an extra bomb, you know? That's an extra bomb used. Oh, no, also they breathe fire when they get hit by the bomb. And if he breathes fire when he's in that position facing this direction, he'll hit me unless I'm like all the way at the top. Oh, this is super low. Whoops. I lost a ton of height. I don't think this works. Still works. Goated strat. Absolutely goated strat, man. And you can still do this unbuffered like I was originally doing it. I'm just, you know, doing my GDQ. Oh, whoops. I'm just doing my GDQ, buffering. I'm gonna buffer the mega flip also for GDQ actually, but I'm gonna buffer that initial hover, the frame to stop walking left. Actually, yeah, I'm gonna buffer the frame to start walking left, and then like do that first bomb hover, and then I'm gonna buffer the mega flip, and then I'm gonna buffer the recoil at the end. And if I fail the tap left, I'll buffer it on the second try, I think. So this is not gonna save time at GDQ, or like right now while I'm practicing for GDQ. He seems to be going more forward. That must be that must mean I'm taking too long. Or I'm walking too early, I guess. Yeah, I went too far forward again. If I don't walk as far left like this. I think it might be good in that scenario to just delay the 7th and or 8th hovers a bit so that it hits him when he rears his head up instead of... Yeah, that's fine. Whoops. Nice mega flip. Did I arrive early for a longer stream? I did. I'm trying to do some... Oh god. Does this work? At Grok, does this work? Dude. Nice recoil flip. That's why we're buffering it for GDQ. That might have been too early. Ah, that's really bad. Oh, I can cook this bomb in advance, right? I wonder if I can mega flip this early. I think that's risky to do that because the Dodongo's still alive when I'm clipping. Oh, I need to tell. tell the Discord what we're doing. Okay, so yeah, I don't know. This feels fine. I think I can do this in a run. We'll hit it again after everything else. But I gotta practice everything else still. Oh wait, I'm not gonna practice like everything today, but I'm gonna. I didn't I didn't practice that much yesterday, so I'm a little. Okay, also I wanted to watch this video. Are we ready for 50 minutes of the grand unified theory of game design? I'm so ready. I'm looking at the... Oh, you can see what I'm looking at. Interesting.
All right, hello all of you designers and players out there. This video is going to cover the grand unified theory of game design. First, I'm going to kind of give a little intro here as to why this is important and kind of the impact of this. Then we're going to go through this complete discussion here of all the bullet points you see. And then the last part is going to be kind of questions about the future and how to proceed.
Should we stop and look at the bullet points? Okay, let's think about this a little bit. A game is a competition. Okay. So this gets to what I was saying. Nice name color change. This gets to what I was saying about, like, you know, the traditional definition of a game versus the technical definition or traditional definition versus the like modern colloquial definition of like a video game, you know, like any kind of interactive experience like that. But I guess if we're going with the strict traditional definition, a game is a competition, that's fine. With victory conditions, that's fine. That's fair and balanced. That's starting to get into some of his own made up requirements, I think. Immersive. Well, immersive in a certain sense. Like, you're supposed to get into the mindset of like wanting to win the game rather than wanting your normal goals in life. Requires strategy to win. Well, it could require skills other than strategy. You know, like rock paper scissors. No, that's not a good example. Like you know, a race. I'll race you down the block. That's a game. Doesn't really require that much strategy. It's still not a great example, but there's things can be games without requiring strategy. Never takes away a player's agency to participate and allows them to customize their strategies. Never takes away a player's agency to participate? Well, in football, you can get a concussion, and that kind of takes away your agency to do anything. So I think football is still a game. So I think I disagree with that, but I don't think that's what he means. I think he means like a cutscene makes something not a game, which I just also disagree with. But that's kind of getting into again the difference between the colloquial and the traditional definition. Allows them to customize their strategies. Yeah, I don't really understand why this is included. Lacks real world relevance. I think I agree with that. Because, like, I'm going to run a marathon. That, you know, running a marathon is arguably a game at least. But running a marathon to get away from the police is not a game, I think. Running the equivalent of a marathon to outrun the police is not a game. Player creates agency for themselves. How can a game be competitive otherwise? Well, I think he means like never takes it away like for a moment. You know, like he's imagining something where most of the time you do have agency and then there's something that happens like randomness or there's like a cutscene that like breaks the flow of the game and then it returns to the game. I think that's what he's saying, but maybe not. We'll see. I'm sure he'll elaborate on this. Lacks real world relevance. I think I agree with that. Is neither a simulation nor solvable. The thing is, there's kind of fine lines between like a simulation and a game sometimes. But well, it's definitely not like a true simulation, like all the way towards the simulation. I don't know. I think I agree with that. It's not solvable. I mean, I think tic tac toe is a game. I think chess is a game. Also, like, what's solvable? Like, syncopause is not solvable with current technology, but or maybe it is with like something. Think of something crazy. Think of League of Legends or Dota or whatever. That's not solvable. Like, it's we can't know the optimal strategy for those games. They're too complicated. But what if the aliens have invented a crazy computer that it's like human brain technology, whatever technology the human brain uses to think, but scaled up to like a giant, warehouse where it's just all a big mush of brain that you can use to compute stuff for you. And then, we use that and it solves Dota. Is Dota then not a game? And its victory conditions cannot be random. It's weird that he phrased it as the conditions can't be random. That makes it sound like the rules are changing or something, but I think he's saying like it can't be random who wins, which usually it's a combination of skill and randomness, but I guess he's going to say that it's all skill. This is a pretty insane. I mean, I can understand why someone would come to these conclusions, but I think this is going to be pretty funny.
And if you want to watch the What is a Game video, this goes over the exact same theory. It just kind of more covers it in comparison to other entertainment genres, sort of what happens when you take out one of these things or more, then you'll end up with some other kind
I'm
of
sure he would,
product that
because he
makes it
seems to
not
hate
a
everything,
game.
every game.
And in some cases, you could end up with a toy, or you could end up with a sport, or you could end up with a movie.
The idea that a sport is not a game. Come on, Matt. Like, yeah.
Or something
Is Squid Game season 3 out? I haven't heard anything about it since season 1, honestly.
else here. But when you have all of these things together, it makes a real game. Although in this video, we are going to talk about some things that happen when you violate these things. Not just when you leave them out, but when you do them wrong. And so to explain a little bit more here about why this is important. For example, some video games would be better classified as video puzzles. This may seem like an arbitrary distinction, but it's not. It's like the difference between a dry chicken breast and a Wagyu steak. Yes, they're technically both meat.
Food analogy, dog. Okay, I'm not gonna comment on that.
But one definitely tastes better. Also, in this scenario, the Wagyu steak is free, while the dry chicken breast is $100 a box and has the nutritional value of sawdust.
What is he talking about that's $100 a box? What is he talking about that's $100? What game is he talking about that's a puzzle that should be classified as a puzzle and is $100? I guess he's saying it's a puzzle because it's solvable, right? It's a puzzle because it's solvable and it's not like a competition and stuff like that. And I don't know why he thinks. No, he's saying in this example, like in the games version of this analogy, like the game that he's calling a puzzle is $100.
Not games are not worth playing. There is no reason to play or buy not games. And right now, that's all games that have ever existed on the market, except for Mage War. Violations of real game design.
You heard it here. Uninstall everything except Mage War, which is this guy's game.
Undermine its play integrity. Violations of real game design undermine its play integrity and enjoyability. Currently, Mage War is the only real game on the market, and it will always be available for free. Every other design in history, again, is a not game. From chess to Dungeons and Dragons, whether it's Pong or Halo, everything. This video, though, is not to sell you anything. Its only purpose is to inform both designers and players what a real game looks like and how to make one. I'll try to leave the fixing of games to other and future videos. I
Bro.
have done some detailed analysis on how to fix Magic the Gathering, and I may talk about some of those topics here in this video, but I'll try to kind of leave those to other discussions and just talk about the theory itself, both for players' sake and designers' sake.
What do you mean just a YouTube video? It is a YouTube video. Uh, no, it's just a random guy. It's just a random guy. How to fix Majora's Mask? Uh, delete the Dodongos is my current is my current theory on that. Uh, no, this is just a guy who made a game and he thinks it's the best game. Wait, there's nothing else on the screen? There's no other slides? Okay. Wait, was this a slide? Where was that gnome or whatever that just was? All right, whatever, man. No, this is just some guy.
Just to kind of like leave out
How's it going,
examples that may not be clear if you don't know what that game is or something. So, I'll try to avoid that. So, yeah,
I'm just gonna move
that's
on.
a really big deal here, is that because this actually explains what a real game is, actually how to make a complete real game, it's not just that everything else is just less fun or there's some kind of quality of life improvement that you get here. We're actually going to see that when you violate real game design, when I said it violates play integrity, I mean it actually or undermines play integrity. It undermines the actual design of the game. And any kind of fun anyone is having is really just an illusion.
That felt like such a circular argument. It's like I don't know. He built up like he was saying something very huge, and then he's just like it undermines the design of the game, which is what he was already arguing.
Until they kind of dig far enough.
Fun
and
is an
the
illusion.
best example to point to is just tic-tac-toe. That's the one that everybody knows. When you first learn to play tic-tac-toe, it's entertaining for a few minutes, and I guess depending on the age that you are when you learn it, and then you very quickly figure out that anybody who knows how to play the game, playing against you, especially now that you know, is always going to end in a draw.
So he's pointing to a real issue, of course. Like, tic-tac-toe is not like the greatest game ever because it's super easily solvable. How's it going, Alec? But when you really think about it, well, I was gonna say I was gonna say pretty much every game is solvable, which is true, but also the more important point is that it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter that it's solvable. You're not trying to have one piece of entertainment. You're not trying to have one game that you play forever. Why is that a requirement for something to be a game? Like, the fun part of, maybe not the only fun part. You can have enjoyment out of like having something mastered and just like executing it without like actually getting better. But in my opinion, the best part of any game is the part when you're getting better. It's the part when you're like quickly learning a lot of new things and improving and you're seeing new things in the game, because whether that's actual like new content because you're able to get deeper in the game because you got better, or whether it's just like newer situations that you can get into because you're using more advanced strategies or whatever. When you're getting better at the game quickly and learning, you're improving at the game, you're getting to better and better strategies, that's when the game is the most fun. That is the game. Like, that is what we like about games, is the process of getting better at them. It's not just like, well, I think it's super important for like games to not fall apart at a really high level of play. Like, if you make a game, you should try very hard to make sure that even when the best player in the world plays it, it's not going to devolve into some stupid thing that doesn't have the same appeal as like an amateur playing it or whatever. But that doesn't mean that that's the important part. The important part is that everyone, no matter what their skill level is, like, or as many people as you can possibly target with your game design, can enjoy the process of playing it and doing their best to win and, getting better and stuff. Because that's like if all you care about is the ultimate state of like what does the best possible, like even for tic-tac-toe, like, it's like you said, it's fun for kids. Like, it's fun for kids because they don't immediately know. I'm getting heated here. I gotta take my sweatshirt off. It's fun for kids because they don't immediately know all the optimal strats or whatever. Even though the optimal strats are pretty obvious once you figured them, pretty easy to figure out. It can still be a good game for kids because there's that process of figuring it out. That process of playing it for the first time is enjoyable to kids, and the game wouldn't have survived if that wasn't true, right? And the game wouldn't have survived however many decades it's survived. And the same is actually true of games for adults, like chess. I guess he hates chess too, but like, yeah, the same is true for something like chess, or even Go is like way more complicated than chess. There's deeper strategies in Go, but like, it gets beyond your capacity at some point. At some point, it gets beyond your mental capacity to improve at it, or at least to improve at it at a rate that justifies playing that game over going and doing anything else, right? So, like, what does it matter whether there's like an end point where you've finished learning everything and then you move on, or if you hit the point where you've maxed out on your capacity to get better and you move on? Like, either way, you're moving on at some point. So why don't we just care about making the experience of getting better good? And that should be the primary thing, at least. Like, what, like, for the experience of getting better to like be able to theoretically go on infinitely for an incredibly smart person or alien or whatever. That's cool, but that should be like a bonus. Like, the main thing you should care about in game design, and like that qualifies something as a game, is that it has that journey, that learning process. I don't know. I think some people have a confused idea about this because, some people play like arcade games and action games and stuff where like a lot of the stuff that you need to learn to initially get into them is not very fun to learn by actually just playing. It's better to just have someone tell you how to do certain things, or tell you like the unintuitive things, or like tell you some of the tech, that helps make the game more fun or something. Which I think that's a fault in those games, that there's stuff like that. But regardless, once you've gotten over that initial hump, even in those games, the thing that people are enjoying about those games is the process of getting better still. It's just they kind of skipped that first part because the games didn't design that first part very well. I don't know if that makes sense, but anyway, we're only 4 minutes into this, and I've ranted way longer than we've watched the video.
There is no way to win tic-tac-toe. There's no point to play. And that's kind of like a microcosm of what this reveals for every game in history. This really obviously shows why it's not worth it to play anything that we've ever seen. That's also why the end of this video is going to be talking about kind of how to move forward and like what to do and what this might mean for the future. So now let's just get into the actual theory here. We're going to go through all these bullet points, and we're going to see both what they mean and some examples of what happens when you get them wrong. So A real game, and this is like a complete description here. You could try to like boil this down, but this is boiled down. This is the complete definition of a game. So, a game is a competition with victory conditions that is fair and balanced, immersive, requires strategy to win, never takes away a player's agency to participate, and allows them to customize their strategies, lacks real-world relevance, is neither a simulation nor solvable, and its victory conditions cannot be random. So, going from top to bottom here, at its core, every single game is and needs to be a competition. This doesn't mean that role-playing games aren't games. It's more a commentary on how you need to run stories. Stories involve conflict, and when you're playing a role-playing game, it's sort of the hidden lie that role-playing games don't tell you, is that in order to actually get any use out of them, you first, of course, need your GM, which isn't a lie, but the lie is they're not telling you that GM actually needs to be a person who naturally understands storytelling. Otherwise, the game's going to be very mediocre, if not unplayable. You need somebody who's good at storytelling to be the storyteller, and then, of course, you also need your players.
Okay, I mean, you need like hardware to, if you have bad hardware to, you can't run, if I don't have a good enough computer, I can't run your stupid game. Like, there's requirements for things, like, that doesn't change the fact that it's a game. Also, like,
understand what it is to be a character, and to sort of get that they're running that main character in the game. It's a difficult concept to get right, and they don't tell you these things so they can sell more games. But at its heart,
tell you no one cares about this autistic stuff. That's why they don't tell you these things. It's because no one cares about precisely defining things, because it can go so wrong like this, and everyone comes to their own stupid definition that misses the point, because what actually works is just enjoying things.
Absolutely a competition, because it is the playing of a story. So because stories involve conflict, that easily ties in and allows role-playing games to have combat mechanics and things that really give you strategy. So without going too far off the rails here, every game needs to be a competition. When it's not a competition, you get something like a puzzle, or just an activity, like in the Mark Rosewater article, he describes kind of hitting a tennis ball against his garage door with a racket to practice. That's not a competition, and it could have, or whatever you're describing could have all these other qualities, but if it's not a competition, then it fundamentally is not a game. So a game needs to start with being a competition.
Oops.
And part of the definition of a competition here is having victory conditions. That is sort of the bounds of the competition. This is how you kind of define iterations. This is how you define sequences. This is how you define progression in some cases. And so the bounds of your competition need to be set with victory conditions. You don't have to have just one. Maybe you can have multiples. Maybe it's important, like who gets the most, or maybe it doesn't exactly matter like who wins, but you're trying to rack up certain victory conditions each time. We can get to discussions about that later as we get to agency here, but you shouldn't be limiting those. But victory conditions shouldn't be a limiting factor. They should be simply the bounds of the game. In order to...
Victory conditions are the bounds of the game? I guess that kind of makes sense in a way. Whatever, I'm not gonna rabbit hole in that. There's enough other stuff to rabbit hole on.
To have a game here, we also need our mechanics, the actual playing out of that competition, to happen in a way that is fair and balanced. And these are related topics, but they're not exactly the same. Fair means that gameplay can't favor any one strategy over another, or can't always favor one strategy over another, or any strategy over another.
That's what balanced means, right? Balanced means that there's not like some super simple strategy that you can use in every case because it's OP. Fair should mean that the best strategy should always win or something like that, right? I don't understand what you're saying right now.
It means that when you're designing your mechanics, you need to have everything fleshed out enough that there isn't a reason to choose, especially one strategy all the time in a mathematically competitive sense, that you're always going to win if you choose this strategy. That's not a fair game, because anybody else who chooses something different is going to be at a disadvantage. This then also
What? You're at a disadvantage if you choose a worse strategy? Isn't that just like what a game is? What? Isn't that what a competition is? It? I would think that is what he wants. I would think it's what he wants for better strategies to win. Consultant, thanks for the raid, dude. How was your gaming?
means that it relates to balance, and this is where the two connect. But balance isn't necessarily things that are fair. You can have unbalanced mechanics that are fair. Everybody can have unbalanced mechanics, and that's fair. But it's not a balanced game, and that ruins the integrity of the actual gameplay. Balance is making sure the math of your game is sound. So this is making sure that you don't have things like infinite combos, or first turn wins. For tabletop games, I'm talking less for video games here. Although all of this applies to any genre of game, whether it's tabletop or video or anything else we've never discovered yet. So balance is having to do more with the math. That's making sure that that the actual math of your mechanics, the way things work out, is balanced.
This doesn't really diverge from what he was calling fairness. I feel like what he's calling balance and what he's calling fairness are the same thing, which is weird. He's just like phrasing it in a different way. Fire Temple is so brutal. I don't really remember much about it. I guess I see people kill runs on the boss a lot. The Volva boss or whatever.
Between strategies and individually, that they're not themselves broken or broken in relation to the competition that you're setting up here. So for immersion, previously I think I worded this as entertainment, but I think a better word is immersion. And your game needs to be immersive, and this needs to be sort of the aesthetic of the game.
What?
And here I've written down some notes here. So I guess this is for breaking immersion. I'll get to that in a moment here. But so immersion can be at kind of various levels of abstraction. The two examples I like to contrast here is Cards Against Humanity versus Magic the Gathering. Cards Against Humanity focuses on immersion by wordplay and comedy. You're getting to choose which cards you play, and you're trying to find funny combinations. And I forget if there's a voting mechanic, or if you all put forward suggestions and then the person chooses which is the best. But it's very interactive and it's very immersive because it's all having to do with generating these funny concepts, these funny word plays. And you don't need artwork for that. It's really just words printed on the cards. I mean, there's some, perhaps pleasing graphics design sort of layout on the cards, but it's much different compared to Magic the Gathering, which is, very visual based. It's very visually aesthetic in terms of providing artwork, and especially in the beginning, there was so much flavor in the card frames and the hand-drawn artwork. There wasn't very much digital artwork, and so it was very, very immersive. And even still, the backs of the cards today despite the fronts looking very different. The backs still have that old look. And it's not to say so much that, like, graphics are the most important thing, or that appearance is everything to a game. Certainly you could have an extremely good role-playing game that lacked artwork because it is theater of the mind. Even though a good rule book should have some artwork to it. But the mechanics of the game need to be immersive. So it's not just that you need to focus on the visual appeal. Magic the Gathering is an immersive game in its gameplay. It is immersive. It does do that well. And even its artwork kind of goes to some extent to keep that in. Like, you won't find certain types of artwork that might break you out of immersion. Well, I think one of the really early rules was there. It was like after one of the gosh, what was the card's name? Something Assassin, Royal Assassin. Yeah, after Royal Assassin, I think they made the rule that there should never be any English letters or Earth letters from languages from Earth. I mean, in text on Magic artwork. So from that point on, if there was ever any text, it was in some fictional script that the artist made up, and that helped keep immersion. So some of those rules were implemented, but the gameplay itself, like Cards Against Humanity, focuses on, like there aren't extra.
It's not clear to me whether he's trying to say that it's immersive. Like when he was getting into the Magic the Gathering, like lore, world building or whatever, that stuff, like that sounds like he's saying immersion in the typical video game sense of I want to be lost in this world or whatever and forget that I'm in real life and my life sucks. But the other thing, what he's saying about the gameplay, like what he was saying about Cards Against Humanity, it sounded more like what I was hoping he meant, which actually makes sense, which is like you get immersed in the experience of playing. Like you can put your, you build some kind of sub agency within your mind where you want to win, you want to follow these rules, you want to do all these things. Like the game kind of captures your attention and agency in a way, and you're not thinking about other things or thinking about, like, ideally you're minimally thinking about, like, oh, I don't want to beat this person in the game because I want to be friends with them and they're going to be mad at me, or like you're minimally thinking about, oh, my stream is on and if I do this I might look stupid, so I don't want to do that. Ideally you're like immersed in the sense of like you actually care about the rules of the game to a reasonable degree. But like it's hard to how do you guarantee that is like complete? How do you guarantee that there is complete immersion? Like if your house starts burning down during a game, you're not going to keep playing the game. you know? So I don't know if this is a reasonable point at all.
Mechanics that don't have to deal with having fun and laughing about funny phrases. Like there isn't a mechanic that says, okay, now put down your cards and go watch the news for 5 minutes. Whereas, and here we get into breaking immersion, something like The Legend of Zelda Ocarina of Time, whenever you open up a treasure chest, there is a completely unnecessary animation that you can't skip. You have to watch. The gameplay stops, and it's an animation panning around the treasure chest of Link opening it up and then holding up the item. And Egoraptor does a great video on this, but the note here that I wrote down about breaking immersion is that it has no game value. And a game should be free of anything that doesn't have game value. And later on down the list here, we'll see this is the same for simulation. Simulation has no game value, and that's why a simulation isn't a game. But I guess we...
I'm definitely not super clear on... I'm still not super clear on what constitutes as immersion breaking, but I kind of get an idea. Like he wants to he doesn't want the experience of being in the game to be interrupted. I think I actually do agree that like, you know, taking control away of the from, you know, you're controlling a character for a really long time, and then the game kind of takes control of the character away from you, so you watch the scene of opening the chest. I agree with that. I agree that that does decrease immersion. I think if we're only caring about immersion, I actually agree that that decreases immersion by pretty much any definition of immersion. I think. But that's just not the only thing that I care about. Where's Tito? Was Tito arguing with me about simulations or something?
We'll move on here to requires strategy to win. And this ties into the next point here. We're going to kind of tackle these together. Is requires strategy to win, and it never takes away a player's agency to participate and gives them customization of strategy. So customization of strategy is essential. And I, in previous videos, have expressed my personal preference for universal systems, but I don't want to confuse people. You can have a real game that is very heavily flavored to a, you know, specific genre or subgenre or setting of some kind, and it can still be a real game. My preference for universal systems.
What does he mean by universal systems? Gives the appearance of suspense, and having Link hold up down gives the idea of him feeling accomplished, which also affects the player. Yeah, that's a good point. That's a good point. You could argue that the increased feeling of accomplishment increases immersion, I guess. You're feeling Link's feelings more because of something that can only really be done in a cutscene. But I think it's also true that the cutscene takes away immersion first before it gives you that. Yeah. I think yeah. No, I think that's fair though. That's definitely a good point.
Really is just a subjective preference. But regardless of the game, it needs to have customization of strategy for its players. And this is part of being fair, is if you are designing a game and your players can't customize their strategies, go back to fairness and look at your competition and ask yourself, have I fully fleshed this out? Have I really given my players all of the options to explore and immerse themselves in this game? And if you haven't, well, then you have some more work to do. Flesh your game out some more.
What?
And never taking agency away from players is meaning you like it's part of, you know, breaking immersion. It's part of agency. This all ties in. It's like the Zelda example. They're stopping gameplay to have you watch an animation. There's no reason for it. It's breaking your immersion because you're not watching your gameplay opening the item. You're watching an animation. You can't run around. You can't do anything about it. You can't stop the animation. You have to wait for it to play.
Whoops.
And this is taking the player's participation away from them. And we'll also say a little bit more about this when we get to simulation. But if you take away your player's agency, then you're stopping the game. It is no longer a game, and while your player can't participate, you're doing something else, and that's bad design. Don't take away your player's agency, and if you've limited them...
Why is it necessarily bad? Like, I even if he wants to define a game in this stricter way, why is it necessarily bad? Why is it bad design? Why can't it be good design for a different type of experience? Like, like how how can you be so dismissive about things that so many people seem to enjoy? Like, I feel like I am pretty dismissive, right? I'm pretty dismissive when it comes to a lot of different types of games. But even I have to admit that like some of my disagreement on taste is like, just a matter of I'm a different person than most people, so I don't like the same things that they like. They just, that doesn't mean that they don't like them. It doesn't mean that it doesn't have value for them. Like, it's just completely insane to say that any kind of interactive entertainment or any type of interactive art or experience is bad design if it's not this extremely specific thing that's only applies to this one. Like, maybe he's just trolling here. Like, maybe he thought that this would get a billion views or something, or maybe he thought that it would just get me worked up. So maybe I shouldn't. Maybe I shouldn't give him what he seems to want. Because there are certainly people on the internet who just enjoy trolling, which I've never understood. And that's why trolling works, right? Like, trolling works because normal people, normal, well-adjusted people, do not understand why anyone would ever want to do that. It seems extremely unenjoyable. It seems like you could do anything else with your time other than trolling on the internet. And so that's why trolling works, because they would never think that someone would just go out here and waste their time like this, just to try to make people miserable. But yeah, maybe he's just trolling with all of this. But I'm still gonna try to give my response to it in case anyone takes this seriously.
Then you're taking away customization of strategy, and you're also breaking your game.
Well, what was that?
Away your player's agency, and if you've limited them, then you're taking away customization of strategy, and you're also breaking your game. This is why I don't like class systems for RPG.
Let me back this up, because that doesn't make sense.
And we'll also say a little bit more about this when we get to simulation. But if you take away your player's agency, then you're stopping the game. It is no longer a game, and while your player can't participate, you're doing something else, and that's bad design. Don't take away your player's agency, and if you've limited them, then you're taking away customization of strategy, and you're all.
That seems completely unrelated to what he's saying, and it seems like it seems obviously stupid. If you've limited them, you're taking away customization of strategy. What is a game but limitations, right? It's goals and limitations, right? It's like, what's a good example? Like, what is soccer but like you can't use your hands, right? Like, there's the rules of a game are either a goal telling you what you're supposed to do, or it's some kind of restriction or limitation. So limitation limits your strategies, yes, but limiting strategies is good. You don't want someone to be able to win the board game by, bribing their friend to trade them all their resources by saying you're going to give them $5 after the game's over, right? Like, there are limitations are required. Limitations are absolutely required. Obviously, that's like more of an implied limitation. Like, that doesn't have to be written in the rules, but like, limitations are games. What are games without limitations? Thinking about it, the cutscene also gives a quick description of how to use and what item does. Yeah, that's an interesting point. Like he's kind of assuming a board game approach, I guess, of like, you read the rules before you start playing the game, which I guess that makes it more immersive. But like, in reality, when you start playing a game, you have to reference back to the rule book, right? If the game is reasonably complex, you're not just gonna intake the entire set of rules. Some board games have like 50-page rule books or something. Like, you're not just gonna be able to read that all ahead of time and then go into the game and play it perfectly. Like, it's actually way less immersion breaking to have a video game that tells you the things you need to know when you need to know them, as opposed to a rule book that you have to stop and flip through all the time. It's like minimally immersion breaking. But of course, like some players aren't going to need to know that information, and if the game assumes that you need more tutorialization than you actually need, then that can be annoying and immersion breaking in its own way. But yeah, what's the difference between having a game master building the world and a cutscene explaining something? Well, he didn't seem to like a game master building the world either, but for different reasons, I guess. I don't know. Howdy, Tito. You're getting a live action Chinese dating sim. Is that a game? Chat. Chat, is a live action Chinese dating sim a game? Special moves or supers you can't act out. Yeah, no, that's a perfect example of a limitation. Like I was giving examples of physical, like real world games and examples of board games having limitations, but like in video games, like everything is a limitation. The way the code flow is constantly limiting you in a billion ways, right? The way that the game was programmed to work is one giant complicated limitation or like set of restrictions. Yo, Allo, we're actually done. I think. I hope we're done improving the strat. We're out of the strat mines, but I'm just practicing before I do runs because I haven't done runs in a bit, and I've been spending too much time on that grotto strat mine shit and not enough time practicing everything else. Okay.
Also breaking your game. This is why I don't like class systems for RPGs. I don't like that Dungeons and Dragons forces you to play classes. It takes away customization of strategy, and it limits your ability to build the character that you want. And so much of that also breaks immersion because it forces you to focus on the mechanics that at the same time as we get again to simulation here, sometimes do more to simulate something than they have purpose as fun game mechanics.
Didn't totally understand that last part, but what he was saying about it's bad to limit the player by like making them choose a class, or presumably by like increasing certain stats, and then they don't have the right stats to do this other type of build or whatever. Like I've actually had this complaint about some games before. Like I I don't love class systems when sometimes when they don't really seem necessary. Like when I first started playing Apex Legends after having played Black Ops 4 Battle Royale mode, whatever it was called, Blackout. It felt bad to me that it was like a hero shooter or whatever. It had abilities tied to the character types, the classes, rather than items that you could pick up. In in Blackout mode in Call of Duty Black Ops 4, you would like loot items that give you like limited use special abilities. Like you get a grappling hook off of a guy when you killed him. He was carrying a grappling hook in his inventory waiting for the right time to use it. You kill him, and so you get that along with everything else he had or whatever. And similarly, like a thing that makes your footsteps silent temporarily and stuff like what in Apex Legends became hero abilities in that game were like things that you looted. And I think that was better for the game balance because it encouraged you to fight more, because fighting more early on, you amass more resources. As long as you're conserving the resources you've already amassed, you're amassing more and more resources by fighting early on. And then when you get to the end game, if you get into a really shitty situation, you have a lot more resources to use. Whereas in Apex Legends, the game rewards camping way too much, and most battle royales they reward camping way too much. So I thought that was a really clever thing about Black Ops 4 that was underappreciated. But that's just my preference about that, is just has to do with the reasons why it's good in the context of that game. Like in other games, it can be good to have specialization of classes and whatever, but like, because like and and this gets to a main, I think a main problem with his argument is that games are all about strategy, and it's the only value of games is like coming up with strategies, is what it sounds like he thinks. There are tons of other things that are interesting about games. Like what's interesting about games is anything that lets you observe an interesting process or something interesting happening in your brain when you try to do something that the designer has, you know, encouraged you to do, right? So like that can be, you know, I mean, arguably this falls under strategy, but what I'm thinking about in the case of, uh, what I'm in the case of like class specialization or whatever is like teamwork. Like teamwork isn't really strategy, but it's an interesting skill that you can build by playing um, certain types of games that force you to specialize. Even Apex Legends, like I don't like the thing that it lost compared to Black Ops 4, but it gains something in that you have to think about other people's abilities and how other people are going to use them, and that makes you, because other people can do things you can't do, you have to think more about other people and what's going on in their heads and what they're going to be thinking about. And that's that's interesting gameplay, even though it's not really strategy. It's like it's something else. But there's tons of other things other than strategy. Like in Angel Game, like just observing the process of your brain trying to process the visual information as quickly as possible and like do the reactions. Even just like pure timing. Like people enjoy DDR. Like DDR is a game, you know, but there's like no strategy. It's just it's enjoyable to see to go through the process of getting better at moving your body to do these things and staying on the rhythm and pressing the buttons at the right time. Like that's gameplay, even though it's not strategy. It's just yeah. He has such a narrow view of what's interesting about games, and I think when people get this type of stuff wrong, and the type of people who want to like rigidly define things like this in the first place are the types of people who are very closed-minded. They never opened themselves up. They're going through life intentionally keeping themselves closed off to new possibilities of things that they could enjoy if they just got rid of some weird mental block that they have. I don't know. There's so many different things to enjoy in the world. Why do you have to make it all about this one super specific thing that only is true of your game that you made? Um, what's the new Dodongo strat? You can watch the beginning part of the VOD. I'm not going to go back and explain it, but I'm going to get back to it after I practice everything else.
They are neither meant to be immersive, which isn't the same as simulation. I should really point out here. Immersion can't be at the expense of player agency or customization of strategy or undermining the competition or anything else.
Oh, this is probably really loud for you guys, right? Because I had my
But
volume
your
turned
game
down.
needs to be
Turned down a
immersive
little
in the
bit.
sense of entertaining. Getting back to player agency here without taking that away. And I think I probably lost a train of thought there, but customization of strategy is essential. And so when you're designing a game, you can never take away a player's agency or give them a game where they can't customize it. You can still have something highly specialized, like whether it's like, let's say like an old Western game, or whether it's like a campy, 50s sci-fi game, or a horror game. You can have these highly specialized games like Ninja Burger or something, which actually is a great example. I mean, much better than Dungeons and Dragons. In Ninja Burger, even in the first iteration, you could customize your ninja from top to bottom. You could build whatever ninja you wanted. And somehow Dungeons and Dragons doesn't let you do that.
What is he? What? I don't understand how that's related to anything. What was he saying about Dungeons and Dragons? Is this related to the GM thing he was saying? I don't understand. He seems to think it's a good thing that you can customize your guy, which seems like the opposite of. Well, I guess. Oh, I guess by customize he means change change at any time to be able to do anything rather than having to specialize? I don't know.
Uh, to another extent here, having over specialized games can also be sort of a problem because, to some extent, when your game is less universal in its playability, the enjoyment of that is limited because in some ways you are taking agency away from players, and in some ways you are sort of breaking immersion to keep them in that little sandbox, which needs to be a bigger sandbox, because those players or those characters, that experience should have more mobility. Otherwise, it can only be in that small context. If you, and this comes up here with lacks real world relevance, which is our next topic, which I guess is a good segue. When you are limiting the access of your game, or you're making it have real world relevance, it's no longer a game. You're turning it into something else. Maybe you're turning it into a pay to win gambling experience. Maybe you're turning it into a sport. Maybe you're turning it into a hula dance. I don't know what, but a game needs to lack real world relevance, and when you break some of these things, it violates a whole bunch of other things too. And the example that I always come back to is Magic the Gathering, where it's a pay-to-win gambling scam. It is completely 100% solvable, broken. I've published the break here. My break applies to all trading card games, by the way. And this is because Magic is imbalanced. It's designed imbalanced. It goes all the way back to the beginning of the list here. And because it's imbalanced, it means that whether they intend it or not, they're going to print certain cards that are going to make their formats solvable. And that means those cards are going to become the most expensive. And so no matter what format you play in Magic, it's always going to be pay to win. The decks are always going to be solvable. Even when they have, a really aggressive ban list. It doesn't matter what they do because fundamentally their game is imbalanced. The cards are not designed balanced. And the end result is their game no longer lacks real world relevance because now it's pay to win. Now it's solvable. Now it's no longer a game. You don't need to play because you have no agency anymore.
This feels like nonsense. But one thing I wanted to say, this Magic example feels like nonsense. I'm not even going to address it. But one other thing I wanted to say about his whole thing about RPGs limiting your character or whatever. Going back to what I was saying about there's other types of things that are enjoyable in games, right? Other than strategy. One thing that's enjoyable in games is having to make decisions about what type of thing you want to be, right? Like having to choose whether you want to be a mage or a warrior can be interesting, and like choosing that based, making these types of role-playing decisions based on the limited information that you have, and then seeing how that plays out, and then maybe playing the game again later and seeing how it plays out another way. Like that is interesting gameplay too. And like, and I would put that kind of in the same category as like like in something like Papers, Please, like you make life decisions for your character. Or like, I guess in a dating sim, you're choosing which girl you want to date. Like, it's interesting to force yourself to try to make the best decision you possibly can and try to figure out what you actually want and then see how it plays out. Like, that is gameplay, if you ask me.
You can't choose how to customize your strategy. They've already decided.
This is a lecture, actually, not a video essay. Thank you very much.
What the best strategy?
It's worse. It's stupider than a lot of video essays, though. I'm gonna be honest.
Is by printing a broken game. That's unfortunately not a simple explanation, but that is the explanation there. There's no reason to play Magic the Gathering because it's not a game. Just like there's no reason to play a sport and call it a game, because in a sport, it doesn't lack real-world relevance. Your physical capabilities determine your success in that game. That's why sports are professional. That's why you can't just wake up in the
Building physical capabilities is can be interesting too. What is so special about strategy that makes it different from physical capability? Like, whoever said that games were only about strategy and not about physical capabilities? Like,
morning and say, "Hey, I want to play professional football." Good luck. That's probably not going to work out because in order,
no one ever wakes up and says, I'm gonna be the best at Mage War or whatever his game is called. Is that what it's called? Mage War? Nobody can wake up and say, I'm gonna be the best in the world at Mage War today. Does that mean it's not a game? This is complete nonsense, dude.
to play professional football, you need to be very, very big and very, very agile. And you need to be able to put in the practice. You need to have the endurance. I mean, you need to have a whole lot of qualities that are going to wash out like 99% of the population in order to get on that field. That does not lack real-world relevance. That is not a game. And so that's kind of the explanation there. But this can also...
So what? Here's another question. I already said that it's very possible that I'm being trolled, baited, whatever. But I'm enjoying going through it, and it seems like, you know, someone linked this to me on Twitter as like a serious thing that has some merit. So like, I feel like I feel a duty to debunk it, or, you know, go through it and give my opinion about it, even if it is also bait. But what was I saying? Yeah, so what happens? Okay, so if there's real world relevance to playing your game, it's not a game, is what he's saying. So because you can make money playing basketball or whatever, basketball is not a game. That's what he's saying. That's a big part of why sports are not games in his mind. But what happens if Mage War becomes popular? What happens if Mage War becomes even popular enough that there could be a $5 prize pool from a tournament? I'm fairly certain, Misa, yeah, because the guy I was arguing with on Twitter had his own game linked in his profile, or his own like itch.io page. He said he like 80% agrees with it, even though it's like obviously exaggerated. But yeah, what happens when Mage War becomes popular enough that there's a $5 prize pool for a tournament, and people then play it in some small microscopic part because they want to win $5, or they play it because their friends are playing it? What happens when someone plays Mage War because their friend told them to play it and they want to make their friend happy by playing it? That's real world relevance right there. They want to make their friend happy. What happens when like games have some level of real world relevance? I guess I thought when he said lacks real world relevance, I agree with that in a certain way, because the actual goals of the game should not... I guess what I'm saying is you should be able to play it without... You should be able to play it for the game's own purposes. Generally speaking, you should be playing the game for constructed reasons and not like as a means to an end. The game should be an end of itself, right? But obviously you can take a game and stream it on Twitch and get viewers for it and make money and make a video essay about a game and all of that stuff. Pretty much any game you could do that with, and those are that doesn't disqualify it from being a game just because you use it in that way. Like a thing, once you put a thing into the world, people will use it for all kinds of things. You can't control that. Maybe he would agree that when Mage War gets popular enough that people have tournaments and stuff, Not that that's ever gonna happen, but if that were to happen, maybe he would agree that it's no longer a game. I don't know. But yeah, this is just ridiculous. Okay.
To video games, you know, so many video games, like, you know, puzzles that are masquerading as video games. A lot of sports masquerade as video games, like fighting games are not games, they're sports. Your twitch reflexes, like for Super Smash Bros., your twitch reflexes determine your success in that game. And even worse, it could lack more real-world relevance because the controller you're using could determine your success in that game. The game is so finely tuned, your twitch reflexes matter so much that, and there's so little margin of error that you can actually get an edge by having a better controller. That's not a game. And this also then, I guess, segues pretty well into these last two bullet points, which I'm also going to tackle together here. A real game is neither a simulation nor solvable, and its victory conditions cannot be random.
Oops.
When you have a simulation, you're adding in all of the things that are from the real world that have no game value, that are only there to simulate reality. They're not there to be a game.
I agree with that.
You can maybe enjoy them. There could be an aesthetic to it. It could be entertaining. It can certainly be immersive. But if it's a simulation, then it's taking so much agency away from you, and it's having you do all of the things that you have to do in the real world to simulate it, but it has no place in the game because a game doesn't need to include all those unfun parts. Just like, you know, a writer who writes a boring story, dear writer, you can write literally anything. Your job is to put any sequence of words together on a page that are exciting to read. If you write a boring story, you have failed. If you make a game that is a simulation, or that includes too much simulation or any simulation, you have failed at making a game, because what you're making is a simulation. A game is fun. A game lacks real-world relevance. A game allows its players to customize their strategies. It gives them agency to participate and never takes that away, much unlike so many things that are in the real world that you are, I'm sure, simulating. And it requires strategy to win. Now, simulation probably does require some strategy to win, but it violates quite a lot of other things. And certainly for simulation, you know, you could run into matters that are unfair, certainly unbalanced. It's pretty easy to do that. There's a lot of tweaking I see that shooting games have to do.
Should we actually look into Mage War? Mage Wars? Is that what it's called? I thought he said Mage War. I discovered the Grand Unified. He fucking discovered it, man. Where's oh, Mage War. A game Mage War, an entirely new breed of trading card game. So it's not even this. I can't even find it. Mark Wolf Mage War. Mage War, first edition 1.1 revised. Ever wanted a trading card game that was free? Apparently not. Apparently no one wanted that. A point buy system to create cards however you want, including how they look? I thought they were supposed to be immersive. I guess he also wants the full custom. I mean, this doesn't go with what he was saying about Magic the Gathering having nice art and stuff. Obviously, he's just lazy, but rules are simple enough for casual play, but designed to be competitive and tournament ready. No official cards. No official cards. You make your own cards. All right, man. I can't. I just can't. This is not a game right here. This is actually not a game. I understand what he's saying about D&D and stuff more now. He's saying that it's actually good to have a GM, right? Is that what it's called? A GM? DM. Dungeon Master, Game Master, whatever. He's saying it's good, but as long as you have a good one or something? He's saying make the game yourself? What is he... What is he smoking, dude? Let's watch the video.
Hello everyone, and welcome. This is a new updated how to play video for Mage War. The old video was very outdated, so of course, really good time to make a new one. In this video, I'm going to go over the basics of Mage War and a summary of the how to play section. So let's start here. What is Mage War? Well, Mage War is the first ever free trading card game. The link for the free PDF download of the rulebook from DriveThruRPG.
I mean, I guess you get what you pay for, right? This is why the game's free, because it's literally an empty game. Nice Mr. Beast video.
Is in the description below. The rulebook provides you with a point-buy system to make your own cards. You can also print and sell your own cards, and proxies are tournament legal. So the basic idea here is that you have 90 points, 90 mana points, or MP, to spend on the cards in your deck, and that's what the point-buy system is for. Decks are usually about 30 cards. This one here is 22, I think. This is a reworked purple alert deck. I realized the math on it was wrong, so I had to redo it, but it's good now. And so let's take a look here at the 3 card types, and we'll see what's going on. So actually, the layout for the ally and item card is the same, so I'm going to put the item down, but the 3 card types are aura, ally, and item. So over here, up in the upper right hand corner, we've got a number. That is the play cost of a card, and this is how much MP you have to spend in the game to play this from your hand. Over here in this box, we've got all the abilities that this card has. And on the ally, we've got the attack defense box down here. So we've got attack on the left, defense on the right, and that's the same
that dropped
as I said
off,
for the item card, but it's just on items you write it as a bonus. And then over here in the middle, we've got a number and a letter. Is that going to focus? I guess it's all right. So this number and this letter is the deck cost of this card. This is how much out of your 90 MP you spent to make this card, and the letter there is the rarity. And rules for rarity are given in the Cube Draft format section. So this card here costs 9 MP, and it's a rare. This one costs 2 MP, it's an uncommon. And this one costs 3 MP, and it's a common.
I can't do that.
So that is the
I shouldn't
basics
back up.
of that.
I should just stay here.
And in Mage War, at least from a design goal standpoint, there should be no first turn wins or infinite combos. So if you ever find anything like that, it means something needs to get edited, so please let me know. And to start a game, what you'll do here, you'll shuffle and cut your deck. And oh yeah, over here we've got, so these are the token cards, and here we've got our alignments written on them. So yeah, in Mage War, you can play an alignment with your deck, and we won't go over alignments, but we'll use them to represent our base 2 resources. And so yeah, you'll shuffle and cut your decks, and then you'll roll to see who the first turn player is, and it's just highest roll goes first, ties reroll against one another, or ties for first reroll against one another, and turns rotate to the player to your left. And in Mage War, there are 3 turn phases: the draw phase, the main phase, and the end phase. Mage War also follows established rules for priority and the stack, or if you're a Yu-Gi-Oh player, the stack is activation chains. So let's say I'm the first turn player, I'm going first here. You'll start a game by everybody drawing their opening hand.
Bro.
And everybody who's not the first turn player will draw 3 cards. First turn player will draw 2, and then that'll become 3 when they actually do their draw phase there for their turn card. And although I said I wouldn't go over alignments, this here is the neutral motive alignment, and this actually gives you 1 additional card in your starting hand. So if I was playing with alignments, then I would draw 3 instead of 2, and this would become 4 when I drew my turn card.
This guy has such a confusing way of writing and talking. Like, he says things in a very misleading, unclear way. Because, like, this implies so much, like... This is so much more of a game than this implies. Like, there's actual rules and stuff. Like,
so, yeah, for the...
There's strong limitations on what the cards can actually be. It's not just create cards however you want.
Draw phase, it starts with untapping everything, but since we're starting a game, we don't have anything to untap. And then you draw your turn card, and then of course the up your discard damage equal to or greater.
But yeah, whatever. I mean, that's kind of a cool idea, honestly. Like, it's fine, whatever. It could be cool, I guess, is what I'm saying. But it does require you to design the game yourself to a large degree, which I find annoying. Anyway, let's get back to what we actually care about.
And getting here to the next part, solvable. So a real game can't be solvable. Magic the Gathering isn't a game, and I just explained this, because it's solvable. There's no reason to play it because you can solve it. There's no reason to, for instance, play poker in a way, or blackjack, I guess. Poker may apply to the next one here. Because you can actually count cards. It's solvable. Now, I'm sure that's kind of
No,
discouraging.
dumbass, dude. Or, I guess we should be assuming bait. We should be assuming bait. Give him the benefit of the doubt. He's baiting, like. But again, this gets back to, like, everything is about pure strategy, right? Everything is about strategies, and which strategy is better. Reading people is a skill. You know, getting better at reading your opponents is an extremely deep skill, deeper than any strategic depth in any kind of game, is the skill of reading your opponent, right? And understanding when people are bluffing and understanding what's actually going on. Like, and that is a very interesting thing that a game can be about. A game can be about reading people. And poker is more about reading people than it is about the mathematical whatever. Well, yeah, but no, I'm saying this video is the bait that's trying to get us to buy his game or whatever.
In a way, but
well, or get us to look at his game. Like, I don't know.
Really, if you were playing it like a video game, if you were playing it, you know, to your best ability, to be as competitive as possible, you know, you would play it just like Magic. You would just solve it. You would just play the best deck. You would spend the most money, and you'd win tournaments. And unfortunately, I see a lot of the next part here in a lot of games too, is that a game or victory conditions in a game cannot be determined randomly. This is Candyland. And essentially right now, I think, you know, you could say a lot of games out there count as this. But the simple explanation is that there's no reason to play Candyland because your decisions in the game do not matter. By making the outcome random, they have completely stripped their players of agency. Their choices do not matter. It does not require strategy to win. The only thing that determines who wins in Candyland is when you shuffle the deck. After that, you could flip over all the cards and see who's going to win. Because there's no choice that any player makes in the game.
Hell no, he did not just shit talk Candyland, yeah. I mean, you know, I don't really care if you call Candyland not a game. Like, I would probably also say it's not a game. There's not really I don't know. I don't really care. That's a matter of definition. Like, doesn't really matter to me if Candyland is considered a game or not, or pure anything pure RNG, Yahtzee or whatever. Um, Mario Party has a lot of skill as well, but
I think there's maybe like that one like shortcut that's always the right choice. Like there's no reason not to take it. There's no mechanics in the game that make like
wait,
give you
hang
that.
on, hang on. If Candyland has a choice, it's not all RNG. If there's a choice of whether you take it or not, then there is some tiny amount of skill, and I would consider it a game. But that's who cares.
Choice. It's like you could take longer to get to the end or shorter. That's that mechanic. So you always choose the
Base
short.
mechanic.
Your choices in Candyland don't matter.
That's actually based. That's actually a based game mechanic because you can choose the longer way just to flex on your friends about how much luckier you are than them when you still win despite not taking the shortcut.
Because the outcome is random. Your choices in Magic the Gathering don't matter because it's solvable. Neither of these are games. And I guess now that I've gone over all of these here, we can start to talk maybe without kind of fixing them, going over some other things. So my break for trading card games applies to all trading card games. Although I've talked about it primarily for Magic the Gathering, it applies to Yu-Gi-Oh! I published the break before Flesh and Blood and MetaZoo were printed, so both of those were printed broken. You could solve those right now using my system.
Who plays Yu-Gi-Oh in 2025, man, or even 2023 when this came out? The fuck? I've never even heard of these expansions, and I was really into Yu-Gi-Oh when I was younger.
Same thing for Final Fantasy or Digimon or anything, Pokemon. Like all of these games are imbalanced. They're pay to win, and you can break down the cost of every card in the game and solve any of the various formats they might have. Board games are completely discounted from the discussion of games because no board game can qualify as a real game. These
circular statements that he makes really get me. I just hate the way that he hate the way that he talks.
The design of a board game is to be limited. It is to take away player agency. It is in so many ways to be a simulation or have the outcome be random like Candyland, or sometimes lack real world relevance. So many other violations here that are almost inherent to the genre. No board game can ever be a real game. As far as I can tell, aside from genres that...
What makes a card game so different from a board game to him? Like, they're kind of in the same category in my eyes. Like, you're playing with pieces on a table. It's just that your pieces happen to be in the form of cards. He's just got this closed... This is back to the closed-minded thing. Like, in his view, card games are just what card games usually are, and board games are just what board games usually are. He's not thinking about the abstract form of the thing and what else it could be, It's just so... It feels like being in his brain is being trapped in like a million concentric cages. He needs to break out, dude. Narrativists versus ludists. This is beyond that, dude. This is ludists versus crazy people. Yeah, exactly, Snail. That's what he's saying. Yeah. Yeah, he is literally saying that.
Have not been invented yet. The viable genres are video games kind of at large here. There's a lot of design space in there. RPGs, I think. Trading card games can definitely be fixed. I've explained how to fix them. Um, and miniature games, I'm not sure. I'm kind of iffy on that. There could be some, but I'd have to. I think I actually want to do a video on that at some point, kind of going over my thoughts about miniatures games.
What does that even
But you
mean?
can solve and
Is
fix
that different from tabletop? Is that different from like a board game? Really? Is there a significant difference?
trading card games. Just make them balanced, really. For role-playing games, I would say focus on teaching storytelling, focus on customizing of strategy. You don't have to have a universal system, but if your players can't customize their strategies, and if you're taking agency away from them, and if you're trying to over simulate things, if you're doing things for the sake of simulation and not because it is either a customization of strategy or, an instance where a player, can employ strategy and participate, if it's not for the sake of fairness and balance, leave it out. If it's something that's not for the game, if it's not something on this bullet list here, leave it out. Chess is included in board games. Chess is solvable. Chess is not a game. Backgammon's not a game. Any game you could play with like poker cards, not a game. Just let me look at my notes here, see if there's anything else.
I wish you would elaborate on that. Why is any game that you can play with poker cards not a game? Regular playing cards is what he's talking about. Like, is it because you can't customize it? When he says customize your strategies, does he literally mean like customize the functions of the cards before you actually start the game? It sounds like that might be what he means, because that's what his game is all about, is like customizing the cards before you even play the game. I guess it's because of randomness is his problem with that. But theoretically, you could make a game with playing cards that's not random. So is he just being closed-minded there, or is that the point he's trying to make? Like, he's very unclear about things like this.
I should mention. So
through notes.
I guess I went over. Yes. Also, for lack of real-world relevance, I think I wrote down memory mechanics. Sometimes those come into play.
What?
Yeah, with randomness there.
Memory mechanics?
Let me see if I got immersion.
What does memory have to do with real-world relevance? I don't understand.
Yep, mentioned that.
Love that you left this in.
So I guess kind of before we go here to the last part, I think I had a good thought. Is that without knowing how to design a real game, all designers are left with is cynical design that has no value to players. That's why every game is cynically designed. For me, looking through Magic's design and actually, from a design standpoint, looking at it and looking at all those choices, it's actually kind of unsettling how cynical some games are made, whether it's Magic the Gathering or video games or board games too. I think board game designers are very well aware that they're not designing games. Maybe some of them just can't quite put the words to the thought.
No one is taking these words seriously, man.
That's why this is so important here. It's so important that designers understand how to design real games, because right now it's a market of volatility where no one in the industry knows what they're doing. There's no set template, there's no standard. This is the standard, by the way, but outside of this video, no one's ever seen this. And I don't know if anybody's offering like game design degrees, but no college should be offering game design degrees because any such degree, especially now that I published this, is going to be a fraud. But you don't need a degree to get this. Game design isn't complicated. I think I mentioned this in the last video here. To boil all this down, do right by your players. This is how you do right by your players. And when you can do this, you give them an experience. And players watching this, you know, evaluating all the games that you think are good, you can actually see how they break some of these things. It gives play.
I see how I see how the game breaks your theory, dude. When I think about the games that I like, I see how your theory is broken, not how the games are broken.
Players something better. It actually means that you have real collectible game assets. Right now,
Nope.
no Magic card is worth anything. I mentioned this in the How Magic is Scamming You video at the end. There was quite the quip. Yeah, even a Black Lotus is virtually worthless. Its value is only maybe historic. Like if you cataloged all of the games that have been popular so far throughout history, you could say these are all the things we designed before we figured out how to design games. Like these are all the ways we figured out how to make ourselves suffer. You know, these are all the ways that we got scammed. And I guess for that reason, maybe somebody would want to like buy it for a collection of that.
Oh, I guess I should have held down or something.
No Magic the Gathering card is a collectible game asset because it's not a game. Same thing for Yu-Gi-Oh! Same thing for any kind of like collectible video game. I mean, although I think there's a lot more precedent for video games to be collectible because it's technology. Like it is quite a bit more archival. Actually being able to have those ROM chips, like the original ROM chips and everything. And you know, for Magic, there is a lot of value in the artwork. But I think it would be interesting if Magic the Gathering cards started to be evaluating as art pieces rather than game pieces, because that is their true value. The most beautiful cards are like you will get the most out of the beautiful cards because you can't actually get any value out of them as game pieces because Magic the Gathering.
Come on, man, move on. Stop
So
insulting Magic the Gathering.
Ways to move forward. I would really like game designers to understand that this makes things easier. This gives you a path forward. This gives you standards. This gives you boundaries that allow you to not just make better games, but invent new genres. Like we haven't seen everything yet. People think, oh, if it was possible, we would have seen it yet. Bullshit. I myself have invented at least 3 new genres of tabletop game since 2015. So there, like, it's not that difficult. And I would like to see game designers not just, you know, be rightfully happy that this now exists, but really to push this as a standard that when you have games that violate real game design, you create problems for your players. It creates industrial problems. You have to make everything artificial because now you're off the metrics. Now, you know, you have to design cynically. Now you have to scam. Now you have to hustle. You know, now you have to lie. And now you're just putting up an illusion. You're selling the image of your game now, and the experience is Stockholm Syndrome for players. So I would also like to see players start realizing, wow, all these things that we put value in.
That's actually crazy that he really thinks that everything that everyone likes. Well, sorry, yeah, if he really thinks this, if he's not just trolling, you know, or baiting. If he really thinks that everything everyone likes that's interactive, that's not Mage War, it's all Stockholm Syndrome, it's all them thinking that something has value that doesn't have value. You have to respect this level of insanity, but like not this level of insanity, but like, you know, I've said similar things about how like certain people like certain types of games for reasons that they themselves would not actually agree with if they really could see their motivations to the bottom. You know, they're actually hurting them. To liking these types of games is actually making their life worse. But like stuff like that. That's not. I didn't exactly phrase it right the way that I phrased it in the past. But like I've said stuff along those lines before. Like people don't actually like games as much as they think they do. And so I respect that he's willing to say that, but to take it all the way and say that literally everyone, every enjoying every game is like that, that's just so stupid.
Aren't actually worth anything, you know? There are better games than Dungeons and Dragons. Dungeons and Dragons is a terrible game. Like, we should be exploring Palladium. We should be exploring GURPS. We should be checking out, you know, World of Darkness. We should be checking out like anything else.
I don't know what these things are.
And then realizing too that those games also have a lot of problems. And maybe asking yourselves at that point as players, like, how do we fix it? Become the next generation of game designers that is dissatisfied with how much you've been scammed. Take the grand unified theory of game design and make what you want to see. And for current game designers who can put aside their pride, learn something new, and realize that it is the better way, you know, I really hope you put out some amazing things. Here's the real big problem, though. We've been scammed for so many years, and people are so just riddled with Stockholm Syndrome, and people are so delusional that right now, many of these games amount to a multi-billion-dollar industry. I don't know what would happen if it collapsed. There is not a single real video game on the market. There is not a single real tabletop game on the market.
No.
I don't know what would happen if everybody realized this and stopped buying them. I don't know what would happen to collectors like Rudy, who have put millions and millions and millions of dollars, not just into sort of, you know, the top crop, you know, Magic the Gathering, and, you know, I guess I wouldn't call Pokemon top, but I guess I'm seeing that from a realist perspective. Pokemon is so much worse than Magic the Gathering, but he's invested not just in those kind of, you know, top things that people recognize, but even down into things like Weiss and Force of Will. I don't know what would happen if the current trading card game market was correctly evaluated. I don't know if everything he owned would become worthless.
Why does this matter? Like, obviously, everyone's not just going to suddenly change their mind. Even if this were a well-argued point that he had reasoned through perfectly, and it's actually true, everything that he's saying about this, even if that were somehow the case, people's opinions don't just shift immediately so that this stuff becomes worthless in the same lifetime. Like, this is so irrelevant to everything, dude. This guy just does not have a clear picture of what reality looks like, I feel. At a very basic level, this guy's not living on planet Earth.
Don't know if everything I hold for collectibles would be worthless. I don't know what would happen to local game stores. But I guess that would sort of be back to the Wild West. We'd have a lot of designers who, if anybody out there was smart and could put a game out quickly, a real game out, you know, maybe modify a previous design they had, you know, fix it up, make it Grand Unified Theory compliant. You know, maybe they could get games quick enough
compliant
to game stores, but I guess I'd have to see if a game could be as big as Magic the Gathering was when it first started out, because prior to that, game stores really kind of even didn't exist. It was more hobby stores. Like, I guess there were some game and toy stores, but the sports cards
Dude,
and
the
hobby
fuck?
stores were kind of like a weird niche thing, and the concept of a Magic the Gathering, you know, game store, because trading card games didn't exist before that, just didn't exist. So maybe after all the games leave game stores, maybe we'd have to all rally around another thing that came out. But I mean, if it was a video game, because that seems like the quickest thing to develop. Um,
Man, like, this is how you know that this guy is not living in the real world. He spends all this time imagining the parallel universe, what it looks like in the parallel universe where everyone agrees with him, and doesn't realize that there is no path. He could, like, ways to move forward. This should be a section about, and it's named as if it's a section about how to move from the current world that we're in to his his ideal world where everyone agrees with him. But instead, he just skips to what the ideal world looks like, and magically everyone is somehow going to just agree with him.
if somebody put out a real video game and it maybe gained traction, it wouldn't do anything for local game stores for tabletop games, but I mean, it could certainly be impactful in the industry. I hope Pawn Story Games puts that out. But I'm not doing any of this or putting any of this information out to have any of these effects. These really are all questions. They are not rhetorical. They are genuine. I don't know what's going to happen, but this is the correct fix. And I'm putting it out free. If anybody has any questions or anything they'd like me to explain further, if you question how hard these lines are, let me reiterate. If you violate any of these bullet points, you will end up with a not game. Period. Never take away a player's agency to participate. Give them full customization of strategy. Your game needs to be fair and balanced. It cannot be a simulation. It cannot be solvable. Victory cannot be random. These are not gray areas. These are not soft lines. These are absolute. And these culminate in a real game that could generate real collectible game assets, that could generate, successful video game franchises. Who knows, new genres, like I said. And I would like to see all of that. I don't want to see a huge uproar. I don't want to make people angry. Despite the fact that so many people in the game industry are made angry by this information, finding out that for the last 30 years, you've never designed a real game in your life. I mean, you could take that one way, or you could say, wow.
Yeah, I'm sure everyone's going to take that well,
let me
dude.
just kind of take this in for a moment and see if I can apply any of it, test it out, and see what I like, Let me take these tools that I'm being given for free and let me put them to work,
Yeah,
Let me
man.
try and prove Mark wrong. He's putting his money where his mouth is. He's putting this out. If I'm so angry about it, let me try and prove it wrong. Now,
This guy is proved wrong by just the existence of so many things. There's so many things that are just out there everywhere you look around in the world. Prove him wrong.
obviously, I think in your heart that that's going to be a fruitless effort. Because you can see the bullet points here, you can read them. And that would be a prideful endeavor. But I really hope you don't choose that. I really hope that if you're a designer out there, that this doesn't make you angry, that you realize that I am both a designer and a player who just wants to see better games. I'm not solving world hunger and telling no one. I realize this, and I'm putting this out there because it's important for everybody to have.
Did I misunderstand this? Did he just compare the quote-unquote discovery of this theory to solving world hunger? Or was he saying something else? I kind of zoned out for a second.
And I'm not trying to make anyone angry. I'm just trying to make the world better. This is how I design games. This is how everyone needs to design games. And this is what players deserve. Yeah, again, if you have any questions, let me know. You can put them in the comments. You can email me. Do whatever you want. See ya.
Should we email him? He seems like he needs a friend, let's be honest. I invite all of you to email him. I'm not going to do it. It's not my calling in life to be this guy's friend, but one of you guys should email him. Yeah, email him a link to a psychiatric institution, or the map that finds a psychiatric institution near you. Is OOP object-oriented programming? Because I probably agree, at least for most use cases. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know if there's anything more to say. I think I kind of hit the main points in the middle there. Like, he didn't really have much to say that was new after, like, the halfway point, I feel. He was kind of going back over the previous points. But, like, so at some point in the middle, I was talking about how it feels very closed-minded, and how there's a lot more to games than just strategy, and how there's just obviously other worthwhile types of experiences to have other than a competition of who has developed the better strategies. And a really big thing that he seems to be missing as well, and this is something that's more subtle and that a lot of people miss when they talk about games, is that the learning process, what I was saying earlier about the learning process actually being the game. Like, the process of improving at the game is more so, it's more true that is the game than it is that the final state of optimal strategy that you figure out at the end is the game, right? The game is the process that you go through. It's not the strategy that you, it's not the level of gameplay that you get to at the very end, or it's not like some weird end state that you've defined. Anyway, that was funny. Let's see what this is. We're almost done practicing, by the way. This is too long. I'm not going to watch a 44-minute video about why object-oriented programming is bad when I already agree, pretty much. Yeah, that was a good time. I should clip my entire rant there and send it to the guy on Twitter who recommended it to me. He actually genuinely asked for my thoughts. I mean, and I can see how someone would reasonably, you know, watch that video with an open mind and like agree with 80% of it or something like that. At least like 80% of the bullet points, maybe not 80% of the things that he actually says. But, yeah. I mean, I might even agree with 80% of the bullet points. If you interpret them very charitably, I think I probably agree with about 80% of the bullet points. But I definitely do not even close to 80% agree with what he actually seems to believe. Let's do one more, I guess, if this goes well. We'll move on. Really? I have to go for this, I feel. Probably shouldn't have gone for that, actually. I would have had like one more try with the amount of magic I had there. I don't know. Terrible RNG, but I'm playing fine. Stop killing games? I don't know what that is. I'll tell you what I think. I'll tell you what I think about Pirate Software, though. But I don't think it's a very hot take anymore. I think people have come around to my view of Pirate Software recently. Alright, let's try to get into some... game speed runs here. Need to practice a few more things still. Is this gonna work? No. Next video? Alright, let's see what it is. Stop letting video game addiction hijack your life. My name is Dr. Allo Kanoja, and today... I mean, I agree with this guy a lot of the time. Because he's not really talking about the kind of games that I play. Or, that's not exactly true. I think he talks about Dota and stuff. But... What is this pertinent to? My addiction? Yeah, I don't feel very addicted to games. Don't feel very addicted to games. I do love games, though. And there can be a fine line between loving games and being addicted to them, because I'm like thinking about these Snakebird puzzles, man. I'm thinking about these Snakebird puzzles when I'm doing everything throughout my day. And I will definitely be more productive again when I finish Snakebird. But I don't think that constitutes an addiction. Maybe if games as good as Snakebird came out all the time, that would constitute an addiction, but I don't think that's ever happening. Also, if they came out all the time, I would just pick the better ones and make sure that I wasn't ruining my life by playing them too much. So I'm pretty sure I don't have an addiction. Oh, I finished Snakebird, the original, like a billion years ago. Yeah, I feel like you should play that before Snakebird, ideally. But yeah, Snakebird. I am seemingly very close to the end. It has gotten very hard. It's gotten like one of the hardest puzzle games I've ever played. It's gotten very, very hard. I guess you could say one of the hardest games I've ever played, honestly, because yeah. Yeah, I guess it is one of the hardest games I've ever played. Alright, this looks good. We can do some practice. Oh, I was gonna do more Dodongo Grotto. We'll try to go without and see how it goes. If I mess it up, we'll grind it in. We'll grind it outside of KZ a little bit, just the first part. Okay, well, I could stop playing games. I could very easily not play games the rest of my life. Like, Like I I'm giving up sugar right now in my diet, and I feel like that is just way, way harder. I feel like giving up games would be way easier than that. But I do think I'm arguably addicted to sugar, so maybe that doesn't disprove what we're saying. Nice. Opus Magnum is cool. How's it going, Mr. Honkle? You're already subscribed, apparently. Why you subscribed, dog? Thanks, Grego. Okay, I guess I don't need to practice this. I'm sure I'll fail it in runs now. But yeah, I like Dr. K pretty well. He's a pretty smart guy. I don't feel that I need to watch his videos. You know, I'm not really the person he's trying to help. But I appreciate him. Did you also nab Noah's Ark 3D or whatever, Peepa? What else? What else is everyone getting on Steam sale? That's not gonna work. Almost with the backup. Almost. Have I seen Disrespect Doctor? Have I seen Dr. Disrespect? I have. I've also seen Dr. Doolittle. Dude, bad gameplay. Wait, Peepaw, is it fire? I didn't actually look at what the gameplay is. No. Oh. Sounds potentially fire. Random Bible quiz questions, let's go. I can't believe that worked. This is some sloppy gameplay. What else? I don't really want to watch any more of the Dark Souls thing right now. Anything else we can watch? I mean, we're almost done practicing, so I don't know if we need anything else to watch. I'll just wrap it up and start a run. Yeah, we were watching the Matthew Matos's Dark Souls commentary a couple days ago. Didn't make it very far. Star fruit is deadly? I'm not gonna lie, I don't even know what star fruit is. Wait. I literally was just thinking about Kingdom Hearts the Paopu fruit. Cause isn't it shaped like a star or something? But it's not called... There's nothing called a star fruit in Kingdom Hearts, right? Am I crazy? Bro is going Kingdom Hearts 2 when you could go simple and clean. Kingdom Hearts 1. Huge throw. Sanctuary song is also pretty good, but it's not the same. I'm guessing this is gonna be another veto by me. Now this, okay, now this I could maybe get into. Wyagwa? That's Wyagwa. What is a game which is a, I don't know.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to another episode
I've seen this guy before. I don't know where.
of Wyagawa.
Why I'm a Genius Weekly. Okay, well, wasn't gonna guess that.
I am a Genius Weekly. You're about to find out. 2 tickets to the gun show, bam, bam! So guess what, everybody? Today we're talking about video games. So I've played a bunch of new games recently, and there were 2 that stuck in my mind as the
Well,
most...
if you want me to react to this, you can summarize it for me in the chat because it's time to start a run. I remember where I saw that guy. He did a podcast with Mark from the Electric Underground where they were ranting about... Wait, what? Oh, I unplugged my controller yesterday. Because I was playing Resident Evil 7. I started Resident Evil 7. Don't spoil me. And I was afraid it was gonna vibrate on the table because I had my controller plugged in, but I was using mouse and keyboard. I split using a controller, by the way. My split buttons are on a PS5 controller. What? Why did it not? Maybe I need to close and reopen my splits or something? Gotta reset again. Okay. Dude, I delayed playing Resident Evil 7 for so long because I was hoping they would bring official VR support to PC. Like, they had a 1-year exclusivity contract with Sony to have it only on PlayStation VR or whatever, which I'm definitely never buying. But they just never actually... What the... My splits are broken because vMix was open. I hate that this happens. This is a window capture issue with OBS that really annoys the shit out of me. Live split. vMix. Live split. Okay. No, it doesn't have it. No, it doesn't have official support. It just has a fan mod thing. Yeah, so but I don't really I don't really care that much. I'm sure there'll be better horror games in VR that are, you know, naturally supported on PC. So far the game is like very on rails. I don't know. The FNAF one. You played it in VR? You can play... I didn't even know Five Nights at Freddy's was in VR. What do I think of Paper Mario Thousand Year Door remake for Switch? On Switch 2. Well, I don't know anything about the remake. Or the Switch 2. But I enjoyed Thousand Year Door when I was a kid. It's very, I remember the part where you have to stop the timer. Or you have to do it. You have to do some kind of timer minigame for Peach or something. That's about all I remember. But I enjoyed it when I was a kid. I like, I tried the origami Paper Mario. I thought it was an interesting idea. For like the combat system or whatever, but I don't like how they did it, I guess. I guess what I also liked about Origami One is there was actually some good exploration in it. Like there was some good like you know, things that you could see that were kind of hidden that you couldn't access, obviously. You know, when you're walking around, there's some non-obvious like things that you can figure out how to get to and stuff. I didn't get very far in it though. Mostly it was very boring and repetitive. Well, we all know that I like puzzles, so it's fine if it's a puzzle and not a game or whatever. Although apparently he thinks there's no reason to ever play a puzzle. I guess a lot of gamers would agree with him on that. Gamers seem to hate puzzles sometimes. Did I know I could play DOA Extreme 3 Fortune on PSVR? I didn't know that, and I don't care. Right, am I saying you have to be a kid to enjoy it? No. Plenty of adults enjoy it. Obviously. Don't ask any further questions. It's a game with good writing I like. Someone asked me this question, and I gave like a few different answers for different types of things. I really like... Okay, let's take two different examples. Let's take two different examples and combine them together. And then that will have my idea of good writing in games. Actually, I don't know if the second example is that good. Okay. Is there an example with just good writing? Well, I think Kentucky Route Zero has pretty good writing, but it's not like a normal... That's like barely a game. I think the other examples I gave were Outer Wilds. As much as I don't really like the dialogue, there's like a style of writing that they do in the dialogue for Outer Wilds that I really think is a poor fit for the game. And I don't think the dialogue writing even does that style particularly well. But I really like the concept. At a concept level, Outer Wilds I think is very well put together, but I guess that's not really writing. I hesitate to say my other example because people are gonna not like it. It always starts a flame war because people are very irrational about this topic. But I think the Last of Us games, even Part 2, are very well written in a particular way. There are I don't disagree that there are problems, and I can see how you can come on stream if you want. I can see how for some people the problems would ruin everything. But I kind of think it's a skill issue. I think that you can enjoy good parts of things and accept that bad parts are the way they are, and it's fine. I don't know. That's how my brain works, at least. Well, I think yeah, the ending of one, but also I just think that they have they do a great job of making scenes land. They have it's not necessarily even I'm not saying it's my favorite style of dialogue, you know, it's a little bit like quippy Marvel movie type of thing sometimes, and I'm not really into that. But like they do that, you know, it's the arguably generic like prestige television writing, modern prestige television writing, but they do it very well. Okay, I mean, that was just... Do not clap for that. Do not clap for that.
Smell my hands and guess what I was doing.
What the worst question you could show up and ask me. Should I actually do it? You were cutting garlic.
Yeah, I was peeling garlic.
Or peeling garlic. Yeah. Did you wash them?
I washed
You wash them and they're still...
Yeah. You have to like rub them with like metal or something to get off the smell. There's like a few ways of getting off the smell.
Misa walks up to you at GDQ and says to smell her hands. What do you do?
Raw garlic and raw ground beef for dinner.
Very good. Was I saying something else? I guess there's more to try to say about The Last of Us. Yeah, they just do a good job of basic good writing things about, you know, this type of writing is very like out of style among people who think they're smart. Because it's like the very basic. It's like the very basic, like straightforward type of script that was, you know, you don't really see in movies anymore, where like things are set up and then they pay off later. Like movies now feel like there's no flow in a certain way. Like every scene, like the script isn't like well constructed overall, you know, to be like satisfying. Like it's like this scene happens and then they're like, oh, now we need this thing to happen, so we're gonna make something arbitrary. We're gonna make up some stupid justification for this to happen, and now we're gonna make up some stupid justification for this to happen. And they like have this sequence of events in their head, and then they write the script to make that happen. Whereas popular movies used to be much more like there is an intelligent overall design to the thing. There's an intelligent overall design to the thing, and when things are set up early on and they have a payoff later, and you think back and you're like, oh, and it's very satisfying. That is just a type of thing that you get so rarely these days. Like, it's so rarely done well and in a way that was very common back in the day. And I think The Last of Us... Okay. Yeah, The Last of Us has that very basic, quality of good writing that is missing in almost all games that supposedly have good writing, and movies nowadays that supposedly have good writing. And it's refreshing for that reason. Even though, you know, it's this type of story where it's just like, oh, we're going on a road trip or whatever. We're going from place to place, and different things happen in different places that are largely disconnected from each other. There's still, like, you know, those kind of satisfying payoffs, and the setups work, and the, you know, things land. But I agree with what you're saying about part 2, and that to me is a natural consequence of the business decision to make part 2 instead of making a different game, right? Like, part 1, the ending of part 1 did not leave room for a part 2. And so when you decide to make a part 2, you're accepting a certain amount of necessary work to, or necessary, like, awkwardness to set things up that you can't just set up as like a new, fresh setting, you know? Because the setting already exists, and there are things that would contradict, etc. But, like, yeah, the thing with the zebra, you know, the thing with the zebra is, like, that's like work to justify, that's like work, it's working against the things that the ending of the first game made you think, right? They felt that stuff like that was necessary. I mean, I think they shouldn't have done the thing with the zebra anyway. I think there were other things they could have done. I think even without that, the game probably would have been fine. But, like, they were obviously doing that to try to counteract damage that was done when they decided to make this a sequel. Because in the first game, there's stuff that contradicted what they needed to do in the sequel. Okay, don't spoil things. I guess you're not saying things that actually happen, but still, don't spoil things. But yeah, and I actually think part 2 even more so than part 2 actually succeeds more than part 1 in exploring some interesting themes. I think the plot is obviously not as well held together, but I enjoyed each individual scene or each individual kind of like arc of the game as much as on a writing level. I enjoyed the individual scenes in part 2 about as much as I did in part 1, and I think there's more to think about. First, especially there's more to consistently think about throughout the whole playthrough. There's this kind of tension in Ellie and Dina's relationship about what kind of life they want to live, and about like, and like you can think about like why that is for these different characters, like what in their past makes them want to live this kind of life versus that kind of life, and how they should be getting over this kind of tension instead of whatever the fuck they're doing. And you know, there's much more. Like that's just one sub, you know, that's just one small sub thing that you can get into when thinking about the ideas brought up by the story. So I think even though it's much less well held together on a plot level, you know, there are many more. You can yell plot hole a lot more at part 2 than you can at part one. But that doesn't really bother me that much. I can overlook that very easily if it's interesting and enjoyable to sit through. And I found it a good game. I found it a good game on those levels.
Did you know that iPhones have a cook mode?
A cook mode?
Yeah.
To cook your phone? Oh, when it's getting cooked outside in the sun and it turns off temporarily? What are you talking about?
It's so...
You really smell like garlic. Did you eat some?
I didn't eat
No,
it!
yeah.
It's so that, like, when you are reading a recipe, the screen doesn't turn off.
That's nice.
Yeah, it is.
It just knows when you're reading a recipe magically,
No,
or
you
it'd have to
like turn it on.
I see.
I didn't know that was a thing.
I just have that on all the time. I have to manually lock my screen every time.
Oh, really? You have your screen just set to always stay on?
So yeah, I have it set to always stay on. So Syncopause, no. No. I mean,
Synco.
No. I mean, I think it's very well written. I think the what do you call them? Like the text that explains what abilities do is very well written, but that's not writing in the way that we're talking about. I guess you just ask what a game with good writing is, maybe. But yeah,
You really
I assumed you meant like a story, or something like a story.
You really need to commission someone to make a Synco pause with like kittens.
No,
and,
we
like,
don't.
Pause.
We do not need a Syncopause
we
kitten
do.
emote. No.
No, like a whole game.
You
Like, we
you
someone
need to
make-
start your stream so that you can
No.
commission someone to do that. I'm not doing that shit. Not I know you're saying not for an emote. You're saying for a whole
for a
game.
whole game, yeah.
Even more so. Even more so, no.
Then maybe people would actually play it instead of just you playing it and no one else.
Well, maybe we want just me playing it, you know? Maybe we don't want the kitten enjoyers to show up. We want people to play the game for pure reasons. We don't want the fandom to turn into the Dark Souls fandom where they like something about the game that has literally nothing to do with what was good about the original game. No, I like good writing. I read fiction books. I read old fiction books all the time. You know, there are things that I don't like about The Last of Us writing. I don't like that it's a generic zombie story in some ways, you know. I don't like I said, I don't like all the plot holes in part 2 or whatever, but like honestly though, I think it is a bit overstated because people act like it's all completely implausible. Like the game is full of or people act like the game is full of coincidences, or like not just coincidences. This is what I'm trying to say. Not just coincidences, but things that are completely impossible. It literally makes no sense. But I think if you read the game charitably, it's implausible. It's contrived, yeah. But it's not there aren't literally plot holes in the way that you would really normally think about it. I just think on every level that game is a lot, at least not nearly as bad as people give it credit for, but I think it's a good time. What were you saying?
Oh, what? Okay, do you have like, if you had to make like a YouTube video like that guy that we just watched,
Yeah.
all of his rules that a game needs to have.
Yeah.
Okay, then what would be your rules for everything that
Oh
a
my
game
god.
needs to
I
have?
can't just come up with that on the spot. But I've like
Or like, okay, how about rules that good writing needs to have or something?
it was a good writing needs to have. Well, I'm not an
Yeah.
expert on writing, so I probably shouldn't even talk about that. But I guess I'll say to answer that and answer Alo's point about what place I believe stories have in games. I do think that my ideal is very minimal story in games. And by story, I don't exactly mean writing. I think writing contains a lot more things than just like plot. Like I guess minimal plot is what I should say. I think
Minimal dialogue or?
not necessarily minimal dialogue, but like plot kind of interferes with player agency. Like the more plot you have, the more contrivances you have to have. And this is another thing that makes me care a lot less about The Last of Us 2's contrivances in the plot itself. There's already infinite contrivances all the time to keep you on the rails of the plot that they're writing. And so this is the perfect example of what I mean. The more plot there is, the more contrivances you need to keep to make sure the player doesn't completely go off the rails in some way that would break the game. For instance, you're in The Last of Us Part 2, or The Last of Us or any game like that that's kind of going through a linear story. Every single area that you're in has artificial barriers to it to keep you from going anywhere. You can't just climb over the little snow mound at the edge of the area and go anywhere. Even if, you know, there's a reason that you think that your character would want to do that at this moment, like, or whatever. Like, that is a contrivance just as much as the plot contrivances are. And I don't really understand why people don't see that, but people seem to think it's way more forgivable or something. But the fact that type of stuff the game is already full of that type of stuff, makes me care much less that there are also contrivances in the plot itself. And yeah, so my ideal game, yeah, like I said, I think The Last of Us games have flaws. Like, I think they're, you know, solid 6, 7, 8 out of 10, and in that range. Like, I enjoyed them, but they're not my favorite games ever. And I don't know if a game could ever be like a 10 out of 10 for me while having that kind of structure, because it is just less perfect, less beautiful in some way, less elegant. It contradicts itself in some ways that you feel, or at least I feel when I play it. But yeah, it doesn't mean I can't enjoy it. But yeah, like something like The Witness, or something like Doom, or, you know, these games that have very simple stories that are literally just enough to justify the action. I mean, The Witness is a little bit more than that, really, but yeah, like I think the plot of the game should be you have this goal and you're doing it, and there might be complications in how that happens, but that should mostly be systemically implemented, you know, like when you play Rain World, there's a story of the story of how you get from point A to point B to point C. Saying that to minimize spoilers, but the story of how you get to the places that you need to get to complete the game can be very complicated, and it can be very different for different players and all of that. But the actual plot of the game is just that A, B, and C, right? I actually think Rain World is a pretty good example of what I think writing a game should be. The original Rain World, I refuse to acknowledge the existence of Downpour especially, but even in version 1.5, I don't like it. But like the original Rain World, I actually really like. I never see people like admiring this, but I think there's a real poetry to. I don't want to spoil. I don't want to spoil things because there's a big. Whoops. There's a big moment that happens in the game. It's not the end of the game, but it's a big moment. And I think the writing there is excellent. Yeah. I don't know if this works. Dude, please work. Okay. I mean the literal writing, but yes. Well, no, actually, I think there's a problem with the experiential writing there. Now that I think about it. But I can't say anymore without spoiling. I also might be misremembering that a little bit. Is that gonna be high enough? I'm very unsure. Gross. I got extra lag. I failed to chew over. Not fun. Well, if I'm not mistaken, I think that you can get into a situation where you're forced to do it again.
Moment of truth.
Dude! No! I got a slow mega. Oh my god, I buffered an extra frame and got a slow mega. It was gonna work. Fuck off, man. But this is why I need to this is why I need to be doing runs, because the buffering is different on the real game versus KZ. And I need to be 100% used to all this shit before GDQ. Painful. Absolutely painful. Me says leaving because she's so disappointed in me.
Yep. We're getting a divorce.
I'm firing you, if anything.
Oh, yeah.
The phone game. Oh, the horse girl. Yeah, that's... What is the deal with that game? No, Aloe, I'm pretty sure that anytime you... Maybe it is. Maybe, I don't know. Yeah, I didn't actually experience that firsthand. I saw a streamer do it, I think, or somebody told me that they did it or something. But yeah, I really don't think it should be like that at all, probably. I don't know. It's also kind of weird that... Not weird. I don't love that you get information one time and it's very easy to forget the nuances of what he said. It's confusing what he said a little bit. And some of it is arguably pretty misleading. It's not the worst thing that it's necessarily that it's misleading, but yeah, I don't love that you can never see it again after that first time. It should be saved in your memory banks, just like maps or whatever. I never really got into lore pearls. The echoes I thought were fine. Yeah, I don't know. I like the Rain World writing, which was very surprising to me that I liked it, because aren't they like ESL? Like, aren't the designers from like aren't both of the creators of the game like from Finland or something? Not probably not Finland, or I can't remember where they're from. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I'm totally wrong. Maybe they're Jacobson. Yeah, see, that sounds European. I don't know what the primate. I don't think that's his real last name, or maybe it is. I don't know. Norwegian, maybe. Dude, that was so painful. Keep going early. I don't know. There's plenty of deer out there. You should set traps for them and leave markings on them, and then you can tell if they're the same deer in the future. Airframe Ultra? I don't actually know what that is, but I saw they were making some kind of racing game. It did not look good to me. I think I don't really care about their future projects, to be honest. They seem to have I'm not convinced that they understand how good of a thing they made with Rain World. Like, they don't seem to understand that Rain World is good for people with tastes like me. They seem to mostly think that it's good as like an action game and stuff. I mean, I guess so. There's this thing with Rain World where most of the fans like it more as an action game, it seems, and less as like an experience type of thing, or like a exploration experience type of thing. I think originally the game was pretty precisely aimed at being the thing that I like about it, the experience, the exploration experience type of thing. And as it got more popular, though, they with updates and DLC and stuff, they leaned very hard in the direction of what people liked about it. And yeah, I mean, if that's the case, Aloe, then maybe they'll put out something that can interest me in the future. But their next thing, what they've shown of their next thing, I don't see it being that interesting. It's hard to imagine how that's going to be that interesting based on what I've seen. Yeah, it just seems to me that if you spent 7 years on that and you understood what you had made, if you understood how good I think it is, you might release DLC that you can very easily just, not play or whatever, that messes things up if you play it. But I don't think you would overwrite the original vision like that, If you just install Rain World from Steam and play it without going into the settings to select version 1.0 or, whatever, you get something that's very, very different from that original vision. So I am not convinced that they fully understand, but I'm sure that what you're saying is at least partially true. No, I'm definitely not saying it's a complete fluke, but I think they might have let some of the criticism of the game get to their heads, let themselves be convinced that they didn't have what they thought they had or something like that, That's something that seems to happen. People aren't confident enough in their vision, their opinion of their thing. They need the justification of, they need the validation, right, from the public or from critics or whatever. And critics, game critics are like way too stupid to, it's not actually even true. I think mostly game critics are not good enough at games is the main thing. They're smart in different ways. They're pretty good at writing and stuff. They're pretty good at film criticism, I guess. Or at least okay at it. But, yeah, game critics aren't good enough at games to appreciate the game. They're just not... Game critics are just not the target audience for Rain World, and the developers needed to understand that. But now it's Jover. They've pooped on it. They've allowed the fans to really poop on it on Rain World. But, at least they added 1.0. You can go back and play 1.0. It is preserved. One game that I've talked about having good writing before that will probably... That's kind of along the lines of what you were saying about you were expecting me to say Syncopause has good writing, is Hyper Demon. There's like a total of like 6 words in that game. Not counting like tutorial text. But I think those 6 words are extremely effective. Oh yeah, you should definitely play it. Hyper Demon is a must play if you like experimental gameplay, high intensity, high octane gameplay. Absolute must play. It's one of the must play games of the last 5 years, 10 years. One of a very short list. Probably, and to me, if your taste is similar to mine, it's probably top 3 must play games from the 2020s so far. Definitely is. Yeah, Devil Daggers is pretty good. It's there are ways in which it's better, which is interesting. It's interesting to compare the 2 games, but overall I like Hyper Demon quite a bit more. I had a really, really good time with Hyper Demon. Whoops. Let's get a move on, man. I'm probably losing time at the clock tower at this point. I wonder what the top 3 games of the 2020s so far would be, if you have tastes similar to mine. Soft Kitten Experience, Hyper Demon. It's interesting that there's not really a puzzle game that I would quite consider a must-play on that level. Puzzle games really, they really just used up all the low-hanging fruit ideas for puzzle games, I guess. Tunic, there you go. Yeah, yeah. I mean, the Angel game. Okay, this is hard now. Okay, those are the top 4 though. Angel game, Tunic, Soft Kitten Experience, Hyper Demon. 4 must-play games from the 2020s so far. For people who have really weird taste like I do. For normal people, you will hate all of these games. Except maybe Tunic. Tunic has pretty broad appeal. Seems like the kind of game where you have to dedicate your entire life to start seeing into the 4th dimension. Nah. Nah. One of the things, the main thing that's actually worse about it compared to Devil Daggers is how it doesn't really hold up at, this gets back to what I was saying about that guy's stupid video about the unified, whatever. Grand unified theory of game design. It doesn't hold up at high level play. At high level play, it kind of degenerates into something simpler that's a lot less consistently interesting. You can get too good at it, and it becomes more boring. Whereas Devil Daggers actually gets better when you get really, really good at it. In a lot of ways. And that's why you see people playing Devil Daggers for thousands and thousands of hours, whereas not so much with Hyper Demon. Yeah, well, you should go for the achievement, but I'm talking like beyond that point. Like it took me maybe 40 hours to get that good, to get the achievement. And I would say somewhere around there, the 50-hour mark, something like that, for me at least, was when the game started to kind of devolve into something I wasn't enjoying as much. But again, getting back to why this is still a good game, I still like it more than Devil Daggers, even though Devil Daggers is slightly more Grand Unified Theory compliant, is that those 50 hours were better than the 100 hours I spent with Devil Daggers trying to get that achievement. Right? Like, the 50 hours were super dense and fun and interesting. So even though I don't care to keep playing it after that, and I'm unlikely to try to get better at it, I had a better time with Hyper Demon, like, just straight up. Like, it's fine for games to have an end, whether it's an explicit ending or a, you know, getting to a point where no longer feels rewarding to play. And in fact, every game must have an end. There's no game where it is going to feel just as rewarding to play forever. At least we're very far from inventing that, I think. Hopefully, because we're all gonna become brains in a vat or whatever. So that we can play it all the time whenever that comes out. Well, I think the Hyper Demon thing is not very comparable to that aspect of Tetris, because the way that you see in Hyper Demon is just not real, right? It's a function of the game that you can see these overlays of stuff that's behind you and stuff like that. Like, the whole way that you see is artificial, and so you're less likely to see things in real life that kick in, that make those kinds of mental processes that you have from playing the game kick in automatically. Because you're not going to see a red overlay on your screen in real life when you're walking around. Thanks, Don. How's it going, man? Games that reward mastery. Yeah, I don't really talk about that as like... I don't really talk about that type of... I don't really say that type of phrasing as like my main thing that I care about, but it usually... It's at least like a good... It's at least a good proxy for what I care about, right? Like... Typically games that you could say reward mastery... Typically, those are games that I enjoy quite a bit. Because there's just a lot to learn, right? But I want the learning process itself to be enjoyable as well. I guess you could say that is rewarding mastery, is making the learning process enjoyable. You wanna get a 500 in Devil Daggers first? Yeah, that's the trap, man. That's the trap. But I do think I think getting a 500 in Devil Daggers is fun if you do it not the way that I did it. The way that I did it is just like raw dog in the game, right? Just playing the game, just grinding attempts until I got a 500. That I think gets pretty tedious toward the end. Toward when you're approaching 500, I think that gets quite tedious. Very, very unnecessarily tedious. The game would be way better if they included a practice mode, and you should recognize that that is the truth of the matter, and reject the game's own, reject the way that they chose to present the game, and get the custom spawn sets that they have in the Devil Daggers Discord or whatever, wherever they have them, and use the custom spawn sets to practice the Gigapedes onward, so that you can then do attempts without, so that you can learn that stuff, learn how to deal with that stuff without having to do the early game way too many times. I really wish I had done that. I would have had a much better experience with the game. But I'm stubborn about things like that. Especially back then, I was more stubborn about things like that than I am now. MOBAs seemed to fare fine without ending. But like still, once you get, even after only, quote unquote only, 1,500 hours or so, I felt that there were serious diminishing returns to continuing to play Dota, right? And Dota's like the deepest of them all. But I felt that I'd kind of gotten pretty much everything I wanted to get out of Dota. And, it diminishes more and more. So at some point you hit the point where, there is an ending, in the sense of, you get to the point where if you're being rational, if you're being reasonable, if you're being true to what you actually want, you will stop playing the game, because it's just filling your time more than anything else. There's a lot of other things to do with your life other than keep playing a game just because it's your habit. But it is true that people keep playing those games forever because it's their habit and because they think they are getting a lot out of it or something, or just they're addicted or something. Whoops. Yeah, it bothers me to do stuff like that, it bothers me to kind of reject the game as the designers present it, I want to have the intended experience with the game, in part because of respecting the position of the designer, I guess, but also just to, also just for the sake of being able to discuss the game with people, right? Like, most people are playing the game the way the designer set it up. They're not modding in practice tools or whatever, or modding in whatever they're modding in, big boobies. So, I like to have the normal experience most of the time. But in the case of Devil Daggers, first of all, all the best players use the custom spawn sets to practice. A lot of people didn't do that when they were going for 500, but a lot of the people who didn't do that when they were going for 500 would recommend that you do it when you're going for 500. for example, me, I would recommend that you use them. Yeah, the big-breasted skull. Sounds lit. Sounds lit, Don. Sounds like a good gameplay experience. I mean, honestly, it would be playable. It would be surprisingly playable, I think. I think it might be surprising to find how playable it still is. Just because the way that the gems move and stuff. Also, if you keep them their normal size, then it's going to be smaller than a regular skull, so. Ouch. Ouch. Sorry, I probably didn't clarify what I meant enough. So, I just like giving the designers the benefit of the doubt for as long as possible, like until I feel that the game has been exhausted, right? The game that they have presented me with has been exhausted, right? And I feel that I exhausted Majora's Mask as a casual game a very long time ago, so now I can do whatever I want with it. And I'm using it to play a different game entirely now. Come on, man. Slop. That's gonna be a problem, I think. Okay. Oh my god, thank you. Ain't no way, man. At least I got good guard RNG to not screw me there. We'll continue. We gotta continue the run here. What the fuck? Game stops being a game if you play it wrong. What? No, I don't agree with that. I don't know what guy you're talking about. Did the guy in the video say that? But yeah, in case it's not clear, my stance on speedrunning is that I really it is that I'm not playing Majora's Mask right now. Obviously in some sense I'm playing Majora's Mask right now, but I'm not since I've changed the goal to be well, I mean, I guess arguably I haven't changed the goal, but it's less like I'm playing Majora's Mask in the way that that phrase normally would mean, and more like I'm playing a game that uses Majora's Mask as the playing field, or something like that. Majora's Mask, in the case of Majora's Mask speedrunning, is more like... it's like the wall in rock climbing, right? It provides the obstacles. And it's a thing that already, you know, yeah. Like, it's a thing that it exists separate to the challenge, I guess, or separate to the... I don't know what I'm trying to say. But yeah, it feels... In some sense, it's true that I'm playing Majora's Mask, honestly, but it feels a little bit disingenuous to say that, and it can cause confusion if you just think, oh, he's playing Majora's Mask right now, because it's not really it's not really what I'm doing. Okay, 3 bombs. In-game time is pretty rough. See you later, Ella. Thanks for chatting. Oops. I love my first cycle viewers who leave when I get on a good run. Or even... I guess this is not a good run, but they would even leave when I get on a good run. Leave when I get on any run. Trying to complete Majora's Mask as fast as possible. Yeah. Yeah, I just, I'm just trying to clear up the confusion around, like, there's some kind of confusion if you frame it a certain way, like, and people often come to me with that framing, and I'm trying to explain why that framing isn't good. Like, the framing of Majora's Mask is a game that you are playing. And when I'm talking about games in the way that I talk about games, it's important to make a distinction between speedrunning Majora's Mask and casual Majora's Mask. That was apparently better content than actual speedruns as well, Don. Is it life or feels good, man? You mean Boolin? It is life. There you go. I bought one game on the Steam sale, by the way. I bought... What's it called exactly? I bought Collection of Saga. Final Fantasy Legend. Let's go. I'm hyped as hell. I guess people probably just say Saga, even though there's a weird capitalization thing that makes me want to say Saga. Thanks for good luck, Simon. Yeah, that's definitely a relevant point and a good way of trying to say it. Or trying to explain it. That is just so stupid. The beeping hearts made me walk a crazy direction. I've never seen that before. Well, obviously I've seen that before in general, but not there. I had no idea what the timing was for that. I felt like I needed to walk farther back. Jesus Christ. The rust. It hurts. Oh, it hurts. But this is what we expected. Just gotta grind a bunch of runs between now and GDQ. This might be a little on the early side, but it's probably best to do that because I'm playing awfully. GDQ, I'm going there on the 6th. I'm driving that way. We're driving in on the 6th. My run's on the 8th. Morning of the 8th. Got plenty of time to derust before then. I should have... Jesus. Should have a lot of time to play the game between now and then. Amazing, man. This is just... I can't even do this, by the way. I'm at minimum bomb count right now. I can't even do a super slide here. Oh man. Nice. Got that extra bomb drop at the end. Well, I could theoretically get a world record because I am doing some safe strats, but they're the same safe strats I'm doing right now, and I consider these world record attempts. I almost opened that too late. I mean, really, I'm derusting right now, so it's very unlikely I get a world record right now. But yeah, I'm definitely doing some safe stuff at GDQ that will make world record a bit harder, but not completely unreasonable, not completely impossible. And like, my skill and everything has gotten, and like the level at which I've figured out these strats at this point. It's all gotten to a point where it's not that hard for me to world record anymore. This record is getting pretty old. I've fixed a lot of things since getting this. I don't really understand why that didn't work. What's happening in practice as well? I must not be curving it right. I did get to Dongo Grotto, the new strat this run. Pretty smooth, I think. Yeah, pretty smooth. I actually got the new part last run as well. But then I got a slow mega and died to that. I don't think I'll be killing any world records. I would love to be ready to move on to 100% right after GDQ. I wanted to be ready to move on to 100% quite a while ago, but life has continued to be pretty busy. But it's busy in a way of like I am getting things out of the way so that after GDQ I can go pretty hard and do really long streams for 100% and stuff. I've just become so greedy with this setup. Like, I don't understand why I'm doing the things that I'm doing. Oh my god. I guess I need to practice this. I don't really remember the ranges that work. Good god. Those were nice side hops at the end, at least. Yeah, that was awful. I need to practice that, I guess. I'm really happy with the Dodongo Grotto strat I came up with. The current iteration. I really hope it's as consistent as it seems. I've done it quite a few times without it failing at all. But I didn't like rigorously test every possibility or anything, so guess there's still a chance that it can screw me sometimes. But I would be pretty surprised if I didn't at least, if it doesn't at least like significantly improve the consistency compared to what I was doing before. If you fail the Dodongo Grotto, it kills the run. A lot of ways of failing it. It instantly kills the run. I mean, if you mean like in a GDQ context where I would continue it, I don't know, 4 or 5 minutes probably. 3, 4, 5 minutes. But that's why I'm buffering it a million times. And that's why I worked my ass off to find a consistent strat, which really I should have done a long time ago, but it was hard to dedicate that much time to it a long time ago, and I also know more about the strat now because of having tried to fix it all the obvious ways and grinding it, having grinded it in runs a lot. Yeah, I mean, I can't PB if I really fail Dodongo Grotto. But there are, you know, little things that you can mess up in the Dodongo Grotto and still, it's not a big deal. Like, I can be early on a chew hover and that just wastes a chew in like a second or something. Not a big deal. It's not gonna be high enough. I'm gonna go again. Should be fine on in-game time at least. I swear those would have worked on KZ. Can't fucking see Link. Hope that's not gonna be a problem at GDQ. This is so awful. This strat is so slow, and I'm so awkward at it so far. I'm sure I'll get better by. It just kind of needs some de-rusting, but it's a very easy strat once you're used to it. I just got really comfortable with my risky normal strat that it kind of feels bad to. Feels very awkward right now doing the easy strat. But the easy strat is the smart thing to do for GDQ. Howdy, Cubex. Cub X. Has anyone called you Cub X? Oh, literally last stream? Interesting. Kind of problematic, low-key. Because a cub, that's like a cub is definitely like underage, right? That's like an underage bear. Why were you dating a... This is like a problematic furry. Problematic furry thing. Yeah, but Cub X is like my Cub X. My ex who is a cub. Cancelled, bro. You're getting cancelled. I can cancel anyone. That's my superpower. I should cancel some... I should cancel all the streamers who beef with me. That would be good. Oh yes, speaking of that, someone was saying I was banned from GDQ. I was never actually banned from GDQ. I was kind of beefing with GDQ people on Twitter a little bit. Like, I said something that made GDQ dick riders mad on Twitter, and so I was joking about being banned from GDQ at one point. Like, I don't know. I can criticize decisions made by an organization and still without saying I fucking hate everyone involved in this or anything like that. And to be fair, though, I was being a little inflammatory. It was definitely partially my fault for making them mad. It was not necessary to make them quite as mad as I did. Thanks, Tanner. Apparently the grotto is solved because here we are past the grotto. Look at this awful bomb count, by the way, Jesus. What? I'm afraid of what this pace is going to be. I have to just accept that this is a D-Rust run. This is going to be really bad. Yep. Looking forward to getting back to practicing all of this stuff. Now that I don't have to lab Dodongo Grotto for 20 hours a day. This is rough. This is very rough. Oh god, Tito. I don't know. You probably know the answer to that better than I do. If we're being real. Wait. Yeah, okay. I was thinking I'd already uninverted, maybe, for some reason. Actually, I do know where sample name is, sort of. So I have that over you, presumably. I would be surprised if you knew where sample name is right now. I want another bomb drop. Was that 2? Let's go, dude. I just got 3 bomb drops. Can we spread those out so that I just get 1 per run, please? That's early, or late roll. A super slide might work here, but I'm gonna just play it safe. Dude. Papega aim. In a aim. In a bonk. EU ESS turns though. The EU super slide position. Give me the magic, thank you. Okay, we're a little bit behind. But, you know, this would be a perfectly good GDQ run right now. You feel me? That's the metric. I know that feel, Cubex. You should get... Here's a pro tip, okay? For any gamers out there. Get a woman... Get a woman who cooks for you. Extremely OP strat. Just an insane underrated strat. It is an advanced strat. Oh, I can agree with that. Time for more in-aim. That was fucking TAS aim, honestly. TAS aim? Actually, the task for that's like 9 seconds or something, I think. Because you can go for a completely different strat where you just kind of, and you don't have to like wait to see if your shots hit or not before you move on to the next target, you know. I have to wait and process the fact that yes, that is going to hit. What am I doing? Surprised that worked. That felt kind of weird. ESS feels so wrong ever since I opened up my controller. It definitely moved, man. Shit definitely just moved. What am I doing? Good luck, Don. It definitely just moved, man. Come on. It's okay, this is a D-Rust run, just have to remind myself. Also, failing that at GDQ is not the end of the world at all. Unless I fail this in that way where I soft lock, that's really bad. And before everyone interprets my advice wrong and goes and plays a dating sim. My whole chat just booted up their favorite dating sim. You know, there is that, there's like a Japanese, gaming, like arcade game marathon of some kind or something, where you actually get Like, instead of just giving you one chance to do the run, they give you a certain amount of time that's like significantly more than it's significantly longer than what it would take to do one like okay run, so that you can do resets. You can do some small number of resets if you want to. I always thought that was interesting. 1, 2... Are there 3 right here? No, there's 2 right here. This is a weird pattern. I'm gonna assume there's not one... Where's the last one? I don't think it's over there. Oh, it's way over here, isn't it? Not that bad, I guess. Yeah, not bad at all. Well, as long as she cooks for you. You can get a man to cook for you too, though. Nothing wrong with that, just not to my tastes. But yeah, there is something about just the one run at the marathon. You get one shot. Do not, etc. But for some games, it would definitely help to have that reset. It definitely, like, if I had the reset, I would not have to learn as many safety strats. I wouldn't have to change so much just to run at the marathon, you know? What am I doing? Yeah, Misa. What am I doing? Oh, God. This is quality gameplay right here. I hate that you just can't target after you mess up like this. Oh my god. This is about to be the worst time in recorded history. $48, brother. I messed up the trick at the very beginning, which just ruins everything, apparently. I'm fully aware. I'm fully aware of that cube. Actually not sure if this is quite close enough. Yeah, I think back in the day, in the 2017 days, it was more known. The truth was more known among those in the know, you know. But the joke kind of became reality somehow. Well, the real regulars, I think a lot of the regulars back then definitely knew. Yeah, unlike the fake regulars and the real irregulars. Anyone in the chat real irregular with their bowel movements? It's always amazing how little time I lose to just having a horrible Gorman race. It's really just not that bad at all. You can make a number of mistakes that if you made those mistakes elsewhere in the run, it would probably just instantly kill the run. And lose like 3 seconds. Oops. I always forget that that's a dialogue option or whatever. Yo, BD. Nice. Majora. Yeah, it's interesting that they allow stuff like that that could presumably cause those kinds of problems. Maybe it's just small enough that it doesn't really. Although I'm not sure that they would be confident about that. Dude. My down left sucks so much. Oh, wait, I guess that was down right. My down right sucks so much. Did that movement right for the first time in forever. I don't know how, because I did not practice it like I said I was going to. You mean the, you asking about the any percent strat where you do a Hess? You do one big Hess all the way up to the top? I don't think I'm gonna do that. I don't think I'm gonna do it in any percent either. I don't think it's worth it. You can do 2 Hesses and it's a lot easier. Damn, that was pretty good aim. Should be saving some time, despite reading a sign. Really need to rainbow this. Like, this is almost a rainbow. That is a small rainbow. That's hilarious. I mean, it wasn't horrible, but I did read a sign. But I guess like the super swim was good and the aiming was good. And yeah, I guess everything else was quite good, other than reading the sign. So not too surprising. Not gonna work. Just kidding. Thought I was a little too far to the right. See you, Delta. Thanks for hanging out, man. Should be saving some more time here. This might end up being kind of a respectable time if I keep playing like this. It's not gonna be a world record, I'm pretty sure. That would be insane if I managed to world record this pace, but nice. But it could be okay. Thought maybe that wouldn't get up. I mean, you can do that IRL as well. It's called Get Her Pregnant. You goofed. You goofed, brother, and I'm too, my hands are full, I can't time it out. Sorry. This technically could still world record, so I can't just... Nice. That's not the normal equips at all. It's normally that. Bed. Split. You did miss the new dong strat. It's pretty fire. You can go back and check it if you want. I don't know how to I couldn't do any timeout there except wait. I keep doing that. I keep doing that equip wrong. Okay. We really need a serious derust here over the next week or so. I didn't really want to time him out for that long, but that was the only option that I got when I used my mouse. I didn't have time to type out the command or whatever. Because I don't even remember what it is. Or how exactly the parameters work. But he can... Probably wasn't going to say anything else for the next 10 minutes anyways. It's actually the first time I've been too early for that quick spin. Weirdly enough. I can smell food. Smell the food from down here. Oh. This is still fine to make the cycle. Totally fine. Oh my god, man. I'm gonna grab there. My angle was terrible. Oh, that's... Is that what I normally do there? No, it's the opposite. What the fuck, man? Still probably saving a bit of time here. Despite all of the rust. But yeah, I feel really good about the new Dodongo Grotto. I'm pretty sure it's gonna just be free now. And by free I mean still really hard, but way less bullshit than before. Alright. I guess that's the backup, I don't know. Nice gameplay, man. No squinty eyes today? What? What are you talking about? Oh, right. The Deku scrubs or whatever. Interesting fixation that you have on the Deku scrubs' eyes. That's gonna be like what you're gonna be talking about the whole GDQ commentary, huh? Yucky. Yeah, the whole game is bullshit, even... I suck a lot. I don't know why I go for that. I don't know why I would go for that. See if I remember it. Nope. I'm gonna say see if I remember how to do the fast roll there. It's funny that I added more RNG to the run with this Dodongo strat, though. It is very funny. I almost just read that sign again. You have to wait with my new strat. You have to wait until the Dodongo starts walking toward you at the beginning. The nearer Dodongo. You don't place the bomb. You don't pull the bomb for ISG until after the Dong starts walking toward you. Which can be... It can be no time at all. It can be literally no time loss, so the strat is basically the same speed as the risky strat. But it can be up to like 3 or 4 seconds if you get really unlucky. Am I into cow ears? Look, I'm not into cat ears just because I play Sylvie games and Super Puzzled Cat, okay? And I'm definitely not into cow ears. TMI? What do you mean TMI? I said I'm not. Well, I'm saying I'm not necessarily. I'm not trying to confirm one way or another anything that I'm into while streaming on Twitch. You can ask me what I'm into later. But the answer for cow ears is no. I'm pretty sure. Do cows even have ears? I guess they have to hear things, but... That might be good. Nice. Gotta remember all the button presses here. Well, they didn't really have anywhere to run in that case, I don't think. They're kind of trapped in a barn. What exactly were they supposed to do? Assuming they heard everything and understood what was happening. What exactly do you want them to do? This run is really not terrible considering how few runs I've done recently and how little practice. Not counting the Dodongo testing. Strat development. Have I ever tipped a cow? Mr. Bull Market. Mr. Bull Market is having a good time recently. I've not tipped a cow. No, believe it or not. Wow, that actually works. I wasn't sure. I just wanted to experiment and go for it and see if it worked. That's not gonna work, I think. Okay, that barely worked. I was almost too far left. Why would you tip a cow, man? Wait, do you mean tip as in give it money? Tipped off a cow. That is terrible. That was a weird lag spike. That was a terrible position is what I was trying to say. I'm so bad about starting to say one thing and then saying a complete other thing and then having to remember where I was in the middle of the sentence that I left off. But it's hard, man. It's hard to talk coherently while you're also playing a hard video game. Hard game. Almost forgot to split. Okay. Is this far enough? Probably not. Not bad. I tried to get a shot in before it crossed over the other guy, but still not bad. No, no, no. Ah. No, dude, my streak of pro aim. It's all over. That was pretty nice at the end. By the way, you might be wondering why I said, am I far enough? I don't know if I've ever explained this on stream. I probably did forever ago. But when you shoot an elemental arrow, you normally get a cooldown where you can't shoot it again. But if it doesn't hit anything, you don't get that cooldown. You can fire again like twice as fast. You have to wait half as long to fire again. And it turns out that twin mold sometimes can be so far away from you that the game considers it as if you didn't hit anything, even if you hit his tail with the elemental arrow. So I intentionally stand farther away sometimes, which makes the shots harder, but makes it so that I can, if I land the shots, I won't get the cooldown. I can shoot the next shot twice as fast. And I was barely far enough in that case for that first arrow to not give me a cooldown. I was expecting a who asked or something. I was expecting some kind of response, even if it was a who asked. Dead ass chat, man. I have to count 1, 2, 3. Four. Five. I didn't hear the toilet flush, no. Yeah, if I had to tell a cow some life advice, it would probably be don't get abducted. Yo, Monk, how's it going, man? GQ run is on the 8th. I've got just enough time to de-rust my actual runs, because I'm feeling quite rusty right now. I mean, if this is how rusty I am, that's really not that bad, you know. A minute behind a world record at this point in the run is not really bad at all, but I'd like to be back to the consistency I was at like a month ago, before I took 2 weeks worth of breaks, or before I was out of town for like 2 weeks, and then I spent forever developing new strats. I'm glad life is good, man. Ah, okay, that was terrifying. I messed up that control stick movement big time. I think we go for this? I don't know. Borderline. Yeah, fuck off. Gotta be sure not to say fuck off at GEQ when this happens. Maybe I should be practicing clean sausage. That seemed a bit better. It's about the same. Damn, dude. Brutal. Well, I guess it doesn't matter that I lost a minute and a half at Alien Split, because this run was just gonna die anyways. Oh, you're excited about your new job. That's cool. Yeah, congrats, man. Moving to London is crazy. I stopped that a bit too early. I didn't get punished. Can you come with me, man? Snowball isn't here, is it? The snowball was in fact there. I really need to get into the habit of turning the camera for that, just in case. I'm gonna have to practice that. Okay, that just broke. Do I have time? I think I barely had time to get past it. If I'd gotten lucky with... No way, man. If I'd gotten lucky with the wind. Okay, I have to wait here. Is this where I'm supposed to wait? I can't even fucking remember how to play this game. I mean, I can't even... remember. What am I supposed to use as a filler word? So, what kind of work is the job? I mean, I assume it's programming, but can you offer any more details than that? I think I have just enough. Oh, did I get a bomb? Oh, I got an extra bomb drop because I reloaded the area, I guess. It's the second, that's twice in a row that I've done that. I guess I need to grind this a bit. It's very awkward watching or counting the bomb flashes and all that, like watching for the bomb visual cues while also getting into position for that weird shot. It's a lot safer to just delay the bomb pull, but I don't want to do that. Although maybe I should. Maybe late? I always think I'm late on this though. Yeah, it's fine. Always think I'm late. Yeah, sounds like life's really good, man. I mean, I wouldn't think my life was really good if I was moving to London. That sounds bad for me, but sounds good for you. Happy for you. I wish I was hitting the right side of the torch, but whatever. I pressed the Goron button in the air. And then I forgot what I was supposed to do to not take damage there and also not get pushed back. Holy rust. The game tried to kill me? Dude, I hate this so much. This is the most annoying strat to fail in the entire game, I think. Applied research team. No, that sounds awesome. Wait, I did the equips wrong. Okay, it's supposed to be like that, I think? What am I doing? I did it late. I started walking a frame late, which means I didn't get the remains. Well, I'm gonna finish out the cycle. I can't go to the moon, but I think I can finish out the cycle. That... No, it's that. And that. We really are out here de-rusting. I forgot. Good stuff, man. Excellent gameplay. Oh, that's not gonna work. Ah! Bro. Got greedy. Oh, you know what? I think I was standing in a slightly different spot. No, that's not a valid excuse for what just happened. That's not a valid excuse. But yeah, plus 148 on Aliens bottle. So like, the rest of this mid game would have been like 48 seconds ahead. Like I played 48 seconds faster than my mid game from world record, which is pretty crazy. I forget that we never watched that cutscene. I don't like this position at all. Maybe there? Okay. Well, the grappling hook holds onto the palm trees. Oh, you mean in the cutscene, I guess. Yeah, it looks pretty stable in the cutscene. Somehow the turtle is not strongly affected. I think this should be fine. I think we go for these. Oh, I didn't scroll correctly. What is this? This. Okay. What? Why is it dark? Did I do something wrong? Is it later than it's supposed to be? No, I didn't fail anything that wasted a ton of in-game time. I haven't been looking at in-game time at all, but I don't think it's any later than it's supposed to be. No. What's going on? What was that? Oh, I understand. That was only my 3rd dungeon completed. Because I didn't get Goat's Remains. So that was a different cutscene. The cutscenes that you get there are based on the order that, like, they're based on how many dungeons you've completed. So that is the cutscene, that is the color that you get in the Giants cutscene after beating the 3rd temple. Whichever one is 3rd. In that case, Great Bay Temple was 3rd. Instead of 4th. Maybe I'll do some moon. Maybe I'll do the full moon on KZ. Nah, I don't really need moon practice that bad. I don't think. I practice the Goron roll. That's the only hard part. Is it Zora next? No. Oh yeah, it is. Right, and then you turn Deku immediately and spin. Care to share with the class? No, I'm gonna keep all my knowledge to myself. Strat hiding. Strat hiding is the future of speedrunning. When speedrunning becomes corporate capitalist. Late stage capitalist speedrunning. Okay, how does this work again? Goron over Zora, bombs over whatever. Bombs over my cow ears. We'd be doing okay for a marathon run if this was if I had Goat's Remains. Unfortunately, I do not. But even so, like, this would have been fine if I had to go and climb Snowhead again. Not even that big a deal. Look how chill we are on in-game time. I guess failing PCS, the pirate cutscene skip in the way that I did, kinda saves a bunch of in-game time. So now we're just sitting here waiting. Get up there. Whatever. Bitch. Bitch. Practicing for GDQ. It's kind of scary going for that at GDQ. Think about how painful that would be to back up. What am I doing? What am I doing? Nope. Wait. What is it? This? This? Okay, that's gonna be the run because I do not have goat's remains because I started walking toward the remains 1 frame late. And I'm going to eat dinner, but I will soon be back with another run. Gotta do another attempt. So enjoy this spooky music, and I'll be right back. Yo. What is up? Yeah, I thought those periods and under activities were funny too. One more run. One more run. Just solved this first part of the Snackbird puzzle in my head. And it is another masterpiece. The masterpiece of a puzzle. What a banger. Nice and dead chat for this world record. Just how I like it. Wow. Can't tell if that was a frame early or my angle was just that far off. If I make another big mistake in the next like 5 minutes, I will reset. Otherwise, we keep it going. There we go. I promise I wasn't trying to push my luck with that pausing as late as possible. I simply paused late. Wait. You can do that, dude? You can go down for that. Am I stupid for all these years? I've been deleting my file by going up when you can just loop around. Thanks, Crispy. How's it going? This puzzle does not quite make sense the way I thought it did. Seriously, Niall, what the hell? I'd like to check and see if I'm the only one. I'm guessing there are a lot of people who are doing the same thing, but maybe I'm uniquely stupid. You can probably see at the beginning of every PB videos, you can see everyone doing the suboptimal strats. Oh, bro, so close. Oh, wait. We got this. Insane. This game is next level. Snackbird. This game is next level. Difficult. It's very hard to make a game this difficult without it being just like tedious or grindy in some way, like lots of memorization or something. Like that doesn't really count. Practicing for GDQ, yeah, so a few weeks ago I was like out of town for a couple weeks, so I got kind of rusty. And then when I got back, I started derusting a little bit and had a few attempts almost record. But then it was time to start preparing for GDQ. And the first thing I needed to try to do for GDQ is make Dodongo Grotto more consistent, because it's still been failing, or it was still failing, you know, seemingly randomly. So about 5 days ago? A week ago? I stopped doing runs and decided, or started spending 1 billion hours in the lab in Dodongo Grotto so that I could either make it consistent or decide that I'm not doing it at GDQ and maybe not even doing it in runs in the future because it's still pretty inconsistent, and switch to Swamp Gossip's Grotto. But as of today, I have a new strat that seems very consistent. I'm not that great at it yet, but from the trials I've done, it's 100% consistent. That was almost bad. So yeah, now it's time to just grind. Now it's time to just grind practice and runs and get derusted before I have to go to GDQ. So I'm gonna be trying to stream a lot between now and then. That's all the sausage lore. My run, I think the event starts on the 6th. My run is on the 8th of July. At 11:30 a.m. Central Time, something like that. Yo, Future, thanks for the raid. And thanks for the good lucks. Damn. We got a, like, majority chatters. More than half of the raiders are chatting. That's crazy. When I raid someone, like 2 people say good luck. Usually. Thanks for the raid, man. This is the last run of the night. But, we're chilling. If you haven't seen this before, we're doing all masks. All masks, no major glitches. I'm trying to improve the record down to a 211. We're very close. Hope your stream was good, Future. I'm also running this at GDQ in like a week. And I just like did a practice arc. Or not just practice, but like testing and making some of my strats more consistent. So I'm kind of getting back into doing runs after that. I gotta get more consistent before GDQ. Oh yeah, no worries. I just figure your viewers might not know what's up. And the chat's kind of dead right now. So nothing else to talk about. If you really don't know what's up, you should definitely tune in to my run at GDQ, because we will have pro gamers there with me on the couch to explain everything, which I never do on my stream because it's way too hard to explain this game on the or like explain it while playing it. Yeah, I already got 2 masks during first cycle. That's pretty unique to do anything during first cycle, and anything consequential during first cycle is unusual for this game. And yeah, there's plenty of tricks later that aren't used in any other categories. Including the one that I'm afraid I will fail because I just changed it. I'm doing it for the first time in runs today. Bad door. Bad door gameplay. Bro. Bro. Losing a lot of time to nothing right now. W stream. You like it when I'm sitting in silence for several minutes at a time? No, I know you're probably just talking about the length of the stream. Bruh. This is... This is awful. Yeah, I'm gonna try to do longer streams starting now-ish. Got a lot of grinding to do. Let's see. Believers. Wait, did I count correctly? I think I did. I think I counted wrong, man. I I should have looked at my chew count earlier. I did an extra hover. That was so stupid. That would have worked. Okay, well. Do I do another run? That was really dumb. Yeah, everything just feels different with the new strat, so I get thrown off in really dumb ways. I guess let me, I can't even really try it again. I guess I can practice the early part, but I can't practice the part that I actually messed up. Because I don't have enough chews. Oh, I failed the early part. Nice. It might be too close here. Been going for 6 hours, man. I'm gonna be done. I need to be doing longer streams, but I'm not gonna push it right now. I'll try to do longer tomorrow to make up for it after more grinding of this trick. Thanks for watching. Going to send you somewhere, maybe? I don't know. Nothing's going on. Nothing's going on, really. I don't know, go here. See you later. Be back tomorrow. Long stream, hopefully. Bye-bye.